A few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Sells second, Hampstead third, your podium, and Sean Kelly not far off it in fourth. For what a result, what a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defining year in V8SCOPS, the first year-long championship in iRacing V8 Supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant, most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Filsell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?
Welcome one, welcome all to V8's Online's live broadcast of the Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. My name is Rhys Gardner. Welcome to tonight's broadcast, round 15 of the season at Road America, the Elkhard Lake 250, a championship to be decided here tonight. Over 250 kilometers of racing around one of the United States' most legendary tracks, one that is very well suited to our V8 supercars. But first up, we're going to jump right in to the Split 2 race, and qualifying is just finishing up for that now. We're going to have a 20-lap sprint around Road America here in the Split 2 race. Looks like we're going to be having about 15 cars taking to the grid in this race, and Stephen Sandman Clark is on pole with Sean Thompson in second. Fusion Sim Racing's Bobby Jovanovic in third, Will Dodd in fourth, and Jamie Owens is going to round out your top five for this 20-lap sprint. So, Scott Fontaine joining me in the commentary box tonight. Scott, this is going to be a very interesting round, being the last round of the season.
Yeah, good evening, Rhys, mate, and viewers. Well, good morning for me here in London. Just rolled past 7 a.m. in the morning, so early start for this last round of the season, but no, it's going to be a great round. Yeah, certainly a tough championship up the front, and split one for Jared, Madison, and Josh Rogers. They've certainly, fought it out all year, and it's been some unbelievable racing, which is been certainly good to watch, and certainly created a lot of views for us here at V8SCOPS through all our social media and whatnot. But certainly we're looking forward to getting into this race tonight.
Yeah, certainly. So, currently gridding at the moment here at Road America for the Split 2 race. Cars taken to the grid. Going to be waiting for the 2 minutes to tick over, and we'll be going racing here with a small Split 2 field. So currently our regular Split 1 commentator, Stephen Clark, is heading up the front of this grid on a 207.4, showing some quite nice pace there in that car, but times have been very close in the top five, only 4/10 covering them. So around a track like Road America, slipstreaming is going to be absolutely #1 priority, and we're sure to see some interesting moves.
Oh, I absolutely love this track, Rhys, mate. It's so awesome, man. When I first got on iRacing in end of 2011, this was one of the first tracks that I raced around in the V8 Supercar, and it certainly creates some great racing.
Yeah, it certainly does. Well, we're coming up to about 10 seconds to go before the lights come up. Hearing some engine revs rising. Stephen Clark versus Sean Thompson on the front row of the grid here. And of course, that start area is slightly uphill, but the revs are rising. Lights are up, waiting for the green flag to go. And we are green here at Road America for Split 2, the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series presented by Lenovo. And Stephen Clark's got a really, really good start there. Jovanovic falling behind a little and bottling up the guys behind him. As they come into turn 1 now, Sandman just has the liberty to take whatever line he likes and kicks the rear end out there on the exit of turn 1. Looking back in the field, seeing a few moves here at turn 1. Will Dodd versus Shea Thompson there going side by side coming out of turn 2. Oh dear, and we got a car off. That's Sean Thompson. Oh, Thompson just made a mistake on the exit of turn 2. Oh,
yeah,
after starting
cold
second.
ties there, Reece.
Oh man, that sucks for him though after starting second. What a way to start your split 2.
Who's that?
Or Shannon
Cloach.
Matthew Clote. Yeah, that's a very interesting turn there.
These cars, I haven't actually looked at the temperature, Reece, but yeah, certainly these cars on these first opening laps are always difficult to contain.
Yeah, of course. Looks like the track temperature is 31 degrees Celsius here. Oh, and Matthew Clote almost turned around there by Wayne Taylor, who very quickly apologises for that unintentional contact. But Sean Thompson over the radio said, "I'm bloody spewing." And too right, Sean. That's really disappointing to see. But they go single file as they come through the kink. Oh, and Jamie Owens of Redback Racing Team almost went a little too wide there at the kink in the 350 car. He's going to be facing pressure now from Will Dodd, who himself is under a little bit of pressure from Daryl Carter. As they come out of Canada
focused
corner.
on Jamie at the moment, just running on board with him for a moment.
Yeah, he's following up Shea Thompson in that Proforce Racing Commodore. Very nice looking Plus Fitness sponsored machine, that 95 in front of them. But they complete the first lap, and it is Stephen Clark with 2/10 lead at the moment over Bobby Jovanovic, and the battle for the lead here is already on. Bobby Jovanovic, Perth boy, and right on the back of Stephen Clark from Melbourne. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this plays out. Bobby's been out of the game for a while. I don't think he's actually made a start in V8SCOPS this year, at least for a very, very long part of the season. But he's jumped right back in, despite some setup dramas, and he's currently chasing down Stephen Clark there up the front, having a little bit of a look there into that heavy braking zone. Stephen Clark just running a little too deep. Oh, we got some cars side by side behind them. Oh, that's Dodd and Carter there going side by side. Carter trying to come back on Dodd in that 082 car.
Yeah, great bit of battle going on here.
Yeah, can't go side by side through there. Daryl Carter yields to Will Dodd. And of course now he's facing a little bit of pressure here from Matthew Brunt, who's moving around behind him.
Yeah, and this track race has got so many long straights and some really, really sort of great braking points where you can really get underneath someone.
Yeah, oh dear, we've got a car going wide there in Carousel. That's Henry King in the number 88 car. He almost he had to take a bit of avoiding action to avoid rear-ending Simon Black there in the 351 car. Actually, one of the admins of V8SCOPS is Simon Black. Getting out there having a bit of a steer. Oh, but Henry King going off there in the grass there at the kink. It's a very scary place to go off. So the field's spaced out a little bit as they go through this final sector of the track. But wait until they get to this front straight, up the hill there.
Side-by-side action, Shannon Mason.
Oh yeah, certainly Shannon Mason and Simon Pitt there having a bit of a battle coming out in the last turn. I see some dust there kicked up in the gravel trap. I'm not sure what that's about.
Yeah, and Bobby's really all over the back of Sam, man. He's the current gap is 0.3, so
yeah,
really on him. He's Sandman's kind of been the leader of the pack in the split 2 field, and certainly in the races that he's done. He hasn't done all championship, but he's certainly done a great job when he's been racing against, in the split 2 field.
Yeah, certainly, and you can see he's already got the draft there, the 089 machine, having another look at Sandman, just modulating that brake. Sandman goes in way deep again, but manages to pull it up at the apex.
Just jumped on board with Bobby here. Reese just going to sort of see where he's gaining and where he's losing him, so we can maybe predict where he's going to pass him.
Yeah, certainly, and of course Sandman doesn't have anyone to draft here, so he is currently the most vulnerable car on track at the moment. But they're coming up to this turn now, Carousel, which is where mechanical and to an extent aerodynamic grip reigns supreme. Bobby just gains on him a little bit. The entry in mid-corner. Oh, but Sandman just gains a bit on the exit. It's very hard to sight where you need to pick up the throttle through that corner, especially with the car in front of you. Bobby takes a bit of a tighter line through the kink than Sandman does. They come down this meandering stretch towards Canada Corner. This is a very popular overtaking spot, but Bobby brakes early. Leaves Sandman to go through there unabated. And they come up through turn 13 over the rise, and now down into the last corner. And I'm noticing it's down this front stretch that Bobby's getting a bit of a run on Sandman, but it looks like he's a bit further back than he'd probably like to. As you come up over this hill and across the start-finish line, watch out for him to draw ever closer. So the gap is 0.4 of a second at the moment. And down into turn 1 they go. Yeah, and look at that. Bobby's just so much more aggressive into turn 1 than Sandman is.
Yeah, Sandman's getting that good exit off the last turn, so, I think we can predict probably that Sandman will be running a very similar setup to Madison Down. So, is this a test for these guys to see how the car goes in this 20-lap sprint?
Yeah, we've got a battle here for position 8, by the way, Fonty. Henry King overtaking Matthew Brunt here, going for the move down in this heavy braking zone. Ooh, King just squirming under brakes there, but he pulls it up, and Brunt has to slot in behind and is now facing pressure from Simon Black. Very difficult corner, this one that they're going through. It looks a lot simpler than it actually is. Levels out on entry, so you've got to really be careful about how you apply the brakes. Mostly single file at the moment.
Yeah, it's a very, very long circuit to drive around, especially in a V8 supercar. I know these split 1 guys are certainly going to be a bit tired after they finish.
Yeah, certainly. Looking back up the front, though, Jovanovic and Clark are currently very, very close. Bobby was right on the back of Sandman through the kink, and you can see, Bobby's just got a little bit of extra sort of bite there on turn in, and he's able to just draw up to Sandman right up to the apex, but Sandman's able to get that exit, which is incredibly crucial at a circuit like Road America. Oh, Bobby just he's delaying getting on the throttle just a little too much. If he can just take a bit of a wider line into the turns and pick up the throttle a little earlier, he'll be able to stay more on the back of Sandman. But I guess it's only lap 5 out of 20, so you don't want to be making those kinds of moves too early, because with the slipstreaming you'll just get passed right back.
Yes, you're exactly right. So I'm not 100% aware of all the fuel tank restrictions and whatnot. Are we going to be expecting to see a pit stop race?
In this race, I have absolutely no idea. We'll have to wait and see.
We will. Now that will throw a cat amongst the pigeons.
It certainly will, because Road America is hard on cars in all aspects, but fuel certainly. So many straight line sections as Jovanovic goes for the move here on Sandman. Oh, can he pull it up? Just forces Sandman wide out onto the curb.
Sandman's got the drive, though.
Yeah, he certainly has, but Jovanovic continues to stick it up the inside. Sandman stays wide.
He's got it. He's got the line. Sandman's here we go.
Shea Thompson. Shea Thompson hits Jovanovic. Oh my goodness. So that's That's going to put a bee in Bobby's bonnet.
Oh, yes.
Shea Thompson just saw that happening in front of him and was incredibly opportunistic. Just tried to make the move at that kink, but now it is a three-way battle for the lead.
This might be a great race to the end. Let's just hope. We've still got 5 cars very close together, which in previous split 2 races, sort of Sandman and one other have kind of left the field, but I guess because of such a long straights and whatnot, yeah, the field's a lot more bunched up than what we kind of expected.
Dodd having a look at Owens there in the background. My goodness! Wait, hold on a minute. This is a 6-car train we're seeing here. Goodness me! Daryl Carter's wanting some of this action as well. Carter just dives up the inside there of Will Dodd, who has to unwind the steering a little bit to avoid making contact. That draft has been broken. Oh, this is really exciting. I can't wait to see how this turns out.
Oh yes, but let's just hope they don't tangle like the last round at Interlagos. Turn 1, we had a bit of a misfortunate thing for our leaders, but yeah, I'm sure these guys are great drivers. Sandman certainly is a class driver, so I'm sure we'll see a great battle to the end.
Yeah, certainly hope so. But currently now it's Stephen Clark versus Shea Thompson, and Shea gets. He didn't. He's had a very bad run off that second turn, and he's slowing down even probably. I'm not sure what happened there, but Jovanovic has gone right back on through. Oh, and Owens.
Here we go.
Owens up the inside and makes contact with Thompson. Goodness me. And Will Dodd going off there in the background too. That's going to let Daryl Carter through. Oh, and we've got cars
we've got another car
getting together there too. Almost going 3
I think
wide.
It was Brenton O'Brien and Simon Black.
Yeah, Matthew Brunt was involved in that as well. And Brenton and Brunt are just going side by side. You can't go side by side through there. Goodness me. Wow.
Here we go. Jamie Owens. These guys are really battling hard. Actually, they don't really want to battle too hard. They want to try and stay with that front bunch. Otherwise, yeah, trying to catch up. If they certainly if they lose that ground, it's going to be really difficult for them. I think any one of these guys could win this race from what we can see the pace here. So yeah, it'd be quite nice to see maybe one of these back marker guys sort of come up and show these front guys how to do it.
Yeah, certainly. Well, Bobby Jovanovic has been promoted back into second place now, so he'll be focusing on the chase for the lead. But still just a bit too far behind Sandman for the draft to actually work properly.
Yeah.
So Bobby's going to have to be wary of Thompson. Bobby's going to have to be really wary of Shea Thompson behind him because, yeah, Shea's going to have a draft. Bobby isn't, and we've already seen earlier in this race, Shea likes to go for those moves, so it'll be interesting to see how that turns out. Bobby, of course, with a bit of damage there on his front right quarter. How far ahead is Sandman now? Still way too far ahead.
1.3. He didn't close up at all on that front straight. I was watching the live data timing. Didn't make any ground at all, so, but neither did Shea Thompson on Bobby. But yeah, certainly being in that sort of 1.3, 1.4, he's just outside the draft. It needs to be about 1 to 1.1 for it to make sort of any difference. But yes, we've still got 13 laps to go, so anything can happen. Sandman just needs to make one small mistake, and these guys are going to be back on him again.
Yeah, certainly, and that's exactly what they'll be hoping. Sandman, his mistakes are rare, but when they happen, you want to be right there to take advantage. But at the moment, he's just streaking away at the moment. So it looks like the closest battle on track at the moment is for 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's Daryl Carter, Jamie Owens, and Will Dodd. Carter just having taken advantage of other people's mistakes and has managed to move himself up into 4th position from 7th. Really good to see there.
Yeah, just going to jump on board with Daryl for a bit. I haven't really seen him out there too much, so...
And Sean Thompson's back out on track. Just a little update there for you. going on board with Daryl Carter. Just seeing behind him Owens and Dodd battling quite hard at the moment. Saw Jamie Owens back there getting very liberal with the track limits as we see Will Dodd pull into the pits. So
that
there's going to be a pit
answers our
stop.
question, doesn't it?
And Jovanovic is in too. So yeah.
Okay, so trying to get that jump, so...
Yeah, I noticed, I think Simon Black pitted as well, as did Clote. So they're a lot further back from the rest of the people in this field. So Jovanovic and Dodd promptly pull into their pit boxes. So I think Stephen Clark knew that the pit stops were coming up, so he wanted to try and just gap them as much as he could, make sure that if they were to undercut him, it wouldn't hurt him as much.
Yeah, so when will Sandman pit is the next question. We've got 12 laps to go. He hasn't really been too hard on that rubber, so I guess he's still got a bit of tyre left in him, but probably doesn't want to leave that pit stop too late, unless he thinks he can obviously drive hard and make a pass if they manage to get past him.
Yeah, certainly. Well, all eyes are going to be on Stephen Sandman Clark now as he comes into the kink. Currently coming up to the end of the lap, so I don't know whether we can expect him in this lap, but yeah, I think he will want to pit soon, unless he's going for that short stint at the end. Oh, little mistake from Sandman there. Just kicked the rear end out on the entry to Canada corner. Don't want to do that too many times. Sandman coming into the last corner. Is he going to bear right, left, right? Yeah, he is. He is. So Sandman into the pits, and that's going to promote Shea Thompson to the lead of this race.
Okay, so we're just going to jump on with Bobby here and see where he's at.
Bobby coming out of Canada corner now, using all of that exit curb and then some, dipping a wheel into the dirt.
Yeah, unfortunately our pit stop time overlay is not functioning correctly, so we can't actually see the actual times, but as you just exit out, this is going to be very close, Reese.
There certainly is. Where's Sandman? He is going, his revs are rising, he's wanting to jump out of the pits.
I think Bobby's going to get him. Bobby's going to get him.
Yeah, Bobby's going to, there we go, Sandman's, oh, Bobby just passed him and Sandman is still.
Massive gap.
Goodness me, wow, great call there by Jovanovic to pit then.
So maybe he's short filled and he's going to just try and push it home, but that's a huge gap between those two, 4.5 seconds, Reese.
Yeah, that's huge. Meanwhile, King versus Dodd in the background there behind Sandman. King just went wide in turn one. I'm not sure if King has pitted. I don't think he has.
Yes, well, I put it out there to our viewers. Can anyone give us any insight on Bobby's fuel situation?
Yeah. Remember, we do engage with the broadcast in terms of reading people's comments. So if you have any questions, if you have any suggestions as to what people might be doing, feel free to let us know. Yeah, we do apologise for there being a lot of default paints in this race. Unfortunately, we've been plagued by paint issues all year.
I am endeavouring to try and fix that at the second, so hopefully we're going to be alright. But yeah, unfortunately, trading paints has given us a bit of a hard time throughout this year. iRacing have made a lot of changes to a lot of their data that's sort of relayed. So along with sort of overlay dramas and whatnot, it's been a year full of technical difficulties, shall we say.
Yeah, certainly. Interesting discussion going on in the broadcast chat at the moment as Jovanovic exits the final turn. Shea Thompson currently in the pits. We'll see if... okay, Thompson is away.
He's just left.
And Jovanovic is still coming down pit straight.
No, he's definitely made a mistake there, I believe, Shea Thompson. Yeah, or Sandman's just made an epic mistake with putting far too much fuel in, but I'm sure we will find out in due course. We're halfway through the race now, so yeah, anything can happen. I know that Sandman will have that bit between his teeth to try and chase these guys down.
Yeah, certainly. Well, Shea Thompson managed to pip Bobby Jovanovic in that pit stop, but as I said, there's an interesting discussion going on in the broadcast chat between Scott Stevens and Benjamin Downs. Scott giving us some insider info. Bobby is a right foot braker, so he does save a bit of fuel on the changeover between throttle and brake.
Okay, so he's similar to Jared Philsell, and he's one of our other right foot breakers. But yeah, thanks for that, Scotty.
Yeah, but of course there is the question of the damage on Bobby's car.
Yeah,
How
can
much is
Scotty
that
tell us
affecting him?
how much fuel he's got on board? He probably doesn't want to give that information away, because I'm sure he'll be racing in split one very soon.
Yeah, certainly. Brenton Hobson says hello in the broadcast chat. Hello, Brenton. Quick plug for Brenton while we're at it. Fantastic videographer and the guy behind the videos for both the preview for the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 and the hype-up video for this championship decider. Definitely check out Hobbo's work. He's a great guy and a very skilled video editor.
Oh yeah, couldn't agree more there, Reece, mate. We're so thankful to have him on board. Absolute legend. Come on board with the admin team late on in the piece for this year. But hopefully he's keen to sort of hang around and help us out for next year. Got some big plans for next year, so yeah, no, thank you very much, Brenton, mate. You're an absolute legend, and yeah, certainly everyone appreciates all the work you've done.
Fantastic. We've had our last few cars jump into the pits. Wayne Taylor and Matthew Brunt exiting the pits now. As Simon Black just passes Brunt there on the outside coming into turn one. So now it's looking like we've still got a few people left who have yet to pit. Let's see. I think O'Brien, Mason, Pitt, Owens, and Carter still have yet to pit. So we're going to wait and see. So once again, they're coming up to the lap. Wait to see who comes in and when they come in. Carter going extremely wide, the exit of turn 13. He really likes using all of the road here at Road America. And he's going to fire it straight. No, he faked it.
Oh, he dummied that one, didn't he?
Wow, okay. That's... haven't seen anyone do that before. And he's leaving on the straight, trying to break the draft.
Yeah, he's trying to break the draft. Not the most sensible way to do it, because he's actually going to gain a bit more, but we're going to see him chuck it up the inside? No, we're not.
Some very entertaining driving there from Daryl Carter. Now this battle between Owens and Carter is
O'Brien in the pit lane.
Oh, yep. O'Brien in the pit lane.
Camera on Brenton. Brenton, obviously, team manager / owner of Evolution Racing Australia, puts a lot of effort into his team, Sim Racing. I'd like to give him a little bit of a plug.
Yeah, of course. Evolution Racing Australia, also one of the teams that competed this year in the iRacing Blancpain GT series. the Pro Championship for Endurance Racing, as we see Shannon Mason, Simon Pitt and O'Brien all coming out of the pits. Simon Black just blasts by all of them. But yeah, Evolution Racing Australia, very big team, very successful team as well. And it's really good to have them on board in V8SCOPS. Meanwhile, Carter and Owens are still out on track at the moment.
Just saw Bobby make a bit of a mistake. He's all over the back of Shea Thompson. So definitely Shea has short-filled that thing.
Yeah, certainly.
Sandman's caught up too. He's closed that gap to 3.7. So I think we're going to see it come down to the wire here.
Yeah, remember this is the battle for the effective race lead, so it's going to be a good fight to the finish. But up ahead, Carter and Owens. Carter goes into the pits, and Owens stays out. I don't know if that was the right thing to do on Owens' part. Maybe it would have been good if he had followed Carter in, but Jamie Owens assumes the lead of the race on the track, so he is now the last car remaining who has not pitted. And Bobby Jovanovic right on the back of Shea Thompson now. Thompson just managing to pull it up. All right, this is going to be a great battle. Jovanovic has a better run than Thompson out of the last turn. Going to come up over the start-finish straight.
Bobby.
Yes, indeed. On board with Jovanovic. He's going to pull out and get a little bit of that side draft. Oh, but isn't quite able to make it under brakes. Thompson leaves him just enough room.
Oh, what a great little battle.
This is really good. Can't wait to see how this turns out, because they have got Sandman looming behind them. Sandman's going to be seeing this happening.
3 seconds.
Yeah, Sandman's going to be seeing this, and he's going to be like, yes, please, keep doing that. I want to get closer. So Jovanovic and Thompson. Fusion Sim Racing versus Pro Force Racing side by side in the braking zone. Jovanovic is going to try and go for the over-under, but he's just not able to get that traction.
Oh, this is really pulling Sandman. It's now 2.6.
Oh boy, Sandman is absolutely loving this. He's just got to keep it on the track. Keep his eyes focused on the road ahead of him. And he'll reel these guys in quick, sharp. So as they come through the carousel, just tapping the brakes a little bit, get a bit more of that weight transfer onto the front. Jovanovic taking a bit of a wider exit there than Thompson, but it seems to work for him. Now Canada corner. What's going to happen here? How much is Bobby going to close up? He's just waiting behind Thompson. Thompson braked really late there, and that's going to work out poorly for him. He's off into the gravel trap, and Bobby Jovanovic gets the lead of this race back. I noticed their brake lights coming on at the same time, but unfortunately, Bobby was at the point where you brake in the braking zone. Thompson was far beyond that. So now the positions have swapped, but the Pro Force Racing driver is going to be chasing down Jovanovic, who is weaving to try and break the draft. Again, we're seeing. So now...
Yeah, live gap 0.3 for these guys, so they're still going to battle it out. This is just going to get Sandman right on their tail. I'm guessing within probably about 2 laps, to be honest.
Yeah, or Shea
live
Thompson.
Gap now 1.7. Yeah, these guys are need to work as a team. That's the thing. You really don't want to sort of gain that third person in there. You're better to just sort of work as a team, use each other's draft, push each other down the straight, and sort of battle it out in those last 2 laps.
Yeah, oh, Thompson just, sliding there in the braking zone. Thompson's just pushing really, really hard under brakes. In my opinion, probably a bit too hard. If Shea just takes it easy in the braking zones, he'll be able to catch up to Jovanovic, but at the moment he's making life a bit hard for himself.
Yeah, well, as I just said, it's closing Sandman right up. He's now 0.8 behind, so he's well within that draft.
Yeah, I'm noticing Thompson is firing the car towards the inside, while Jovanovic is taking a much sort of smoother, wider line through these corners. So you can definitely tell that there's different driving styles at play here, which is always awesome to see. Oh, but Thompson understeers off at the kink and loses even more ground to Jovanovic. And now he's within the draft range of Stephen Clark, who is coming up very fast.
Yep, he is. He's closing. He's going to make that move.
Yep, Jovanovic running a little wide in Canada corner.
These guys have just really put a lot of pressure on their rubber. Probably worn it out. Sandman's kind of just been cruising along. We've got 6 laps left, so I'm sure if they just relax and you know, keep it tidy, that tyre temp would drop right down. Fortunately, we don't have live telemetry of that information. But yeah, here we go. There's going to be a pass on here.
Yep.
Sandman's going to get right in the mix.
Jovanovic is going to try and hold it around the outside. Thompson just drifting out wide, and they make contact again. Oh man, that is never good to see. But you know, through a turn like turn 1 at Road America, I don't know if I could see it ending any other way.
No, exactly right. We saw a few corners earlier. Shay just lose that front end in the push. With the car being on the outside, him being on the inside, it was always going to be sort of a little bit hairy to get it through the other side.
Yes, and turn 1 is a very open corner.
Catch up, so I'm sure Bobby's had a couple of little moments there with Shay. So will we see a little bit of a front bumper and the rear bumper at some point? We don't know.
No, I don't think Bobby's that kind of driver, Fonty. But we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I was going to say turn 1 at Road America is a short-ish corner, but it's also very open. So any understeer effects that you have on your car will be amplified through that corner. And unfortunately, both Shay Thompson and Bobby Jovanovic learned about that the hard way. As they come out of the carousel and towards the kink, Jovanovic just hanging behind. He'll be really hoping that either one of these guys makes a mistake or has a little battle going side by side for a few corners, because then he'll be right back in the thick of the battle for this race win as Sandman just taps the brakes. Just looking for the right place to pass.
With Bobby Reese. He's driving very smooth. He's making these corners count, and that live gap between those two is 1.2 now. So I guess anything can happen at this point.
Yeah, I think
6 laps to go, 12 minutes of racing to go. Well, probably 13 minutes. So
yep. Well, the draft usually kicks in when you're about a second or so behind a car in front. So Jovanovic will just be trying to get in there, but you can obviously see Sandman is a bit faster than Thompson, but he's holding back a bit, just doesn't want to push his tyres too hard. So this is going to bring Jovanovic right back into it. Look at how close they are now. Oh, here we go, Sandman in the draft. Having a little look up the inside, but slots right back in. Oh, a little bit of a mistake there from Sandman. Took a little too much curb. Dipped it off the inside of the turn. And now he's lost a bit of ground to Thompson. But this has let Jovanovic get back in touch with him. So I'm looking forward to this. A little bit of evenly spaced out action going on here. So now as they come through carousel for the 16th time, this is the point of the race where they'll be thinking about how they're going to set up any possible moves. But of course, as I've been saying, it is a case of catching up first and then passing. Can't think about passing too much. Oh, and Bobby just almost putting the whole car off there on the exit of Canada Corner. He's really pushing quite a
close
bit.
this gap up.
All right, here we go. Onto the front straight. Sandman behind Thompson. Jovanovic following close behind. Bobby's just staying in touch with these guys. Sandman pulls out of the draft. Is he going to go for the move? Yes, he is. They're going to go side by side through turn 1. Sandman has just enough traction to almost make the move work. They're going to go side by side through turn 2 now. And they're going to go side by side again. So now they've both lost draft, and Jovanovic is going to love this.
Oh, he certainly is, Reese, mate. This is going to be on.
Here we go.
There we go,
Sandman,
nothing
Thompson.
in the gap. 0.0. Sandman just goes into the lead. No, Shea's got it back.
Oh, but Sandman's going to try and hold it. Round the outside.
He's going to have to drive slightly, but here we go.
Goodness
Bobby
me.
right in the mix now.
They've been side by side for almost half a lap now. This has got to end at some point. Sandman and Thompson still side by side. Sandman's going to try and hold it on the inside. Oh, they just avoid making
just
contact.
jumped on board with Bobby to see a in-car view of the battle in front of
Oh,
him.
this is great. This is
This is
fantastic. Look at this. They're going to be super close here through Carousel. Now, no passing moves to be made through this section of the track, but wait until they get to Canada Corner, the heavy braking zone after the kink. That is where you may just see some decisive moves being made. Through the kink they are about to go. Who takes it best? Looks like they all got through there pretty good. Jovanovic falling behind slightly. Sandman and Thompson still very close. Sandman just going past under brakes. Through Canada Corner they go. Sandman claims the lead for a brief second, but Shea is going to try and hold it. Through turn 13 they go side by side.
Oh, this is great, mate. We're loving it.
Oh, and now at the last turn, Sandman just feathering those brakes. Careful, careful. Side by side again. Here we go. Oh no, I know what's going to happen here. They're going to go three wide.
Three
Yep.
wide.
Three
Here we
wide,
go.
they're going to
Here we
go.
Reece.
Oh,
Oh no, Sandman's cut
gap
his
opens
lunch.
up, covers. Jovanovic has nowhere to go.
No, he's got nowhere to go. Is he going to try and make it three wide? No, he's
Nope,
not.
he's
He
not.
needs to just sit back here. I think Sandman's going to cook up these front tyres. We're going to see contact here. Oh no.
Oh, that was that was very good presence of mind driving from Jovanovic there. I think some other drivers would have tried to make it three wide anyway, but he held back. Oh, and contact!
Contact.
Contact
But
between
tell you what,
Sandman
Shays-
and Thompson.
Yeah.
That was right at the exit. And now Jovanovic has the draft. Sandman does not. Sandman just breaks early.
So
Slots back in
Sandman back to
behind.
third. Here we go. We've got
And
3 laps
Thompson
to
locks
go.
up.
Anything in.
Thompson locks up.
Mate,
He's
this
off.
is a great little battle.
Oh, goodness me. Sandman right up the
Where do we
outside
look,
of
Reece? Where
Jovanovic.
do we look?
Oh, where do we look indeed? Oh, here we go. P1 and 2 almost go completely off the track. Jovanovic and Sandman now going side by side. Wow, this is fantastic.
Back on board with Bobby here.
It's lap 18, so they have about 2.5 laps to go here at the moment. And only one of these guys is going to be on top at the very end. Looks like Thompson's cooled down a bit. We haven't seen any real contact made in the middle of corners from him recently, which is good to see. But now Jovanovic in the draft of Sandman coming up to Canada Corner. Thompson will be looking in his mirrors thinking, what do I do? Where do I cover? So they go through Canada Corner, and it looks like their battling has brought Daryl Carter right back into this again. It is a 4-way battle for the lead.
Yeah, also Will Dodd. We've got 3
Will
laps to
Dodd
go.
just goes
If
off into
these
the
guys
grass there.
continue to battle, we could see Will Dodd come through and take the victory here.
Oh, wouldn't that be interesting to see? But here we go. They're all on the front stretch now. It's going to be a snake of cars going down the front straight. Sandman pulling out of the draft. He's going to take the lead from Shea Thompson at the start of the 19th lap. What is Thompson going to do in response? He's just going to slot in behind Sandman, and now Jovanovic is right on the back of them. But of course, Jovanovic has to worry about Carter behind him. Jovanovic taking some very unorthodox lines as Carter goes full deja vu initial D through turn 3, and unfortunately
Yeah, and it's going to
loses out to Will Dodd.
past. So gap between Will Dodd and Bobby is 1.2, so he's close to getting within that draft. Certainly with these guys battling out front.
Oh, Sandman locks up and sliding there 3 wide. Bobby Jovanovic takes the lead in style.
Here we go. Will Dodd up the inside.
Will
Will
Dodd
Dodd up to P3.
Here we go. Will Dodd up the inside of Shea Thompson. Thompson is going to try and hold it. Dodd yields. So now it's back to what it was at the start. It's Stephen Clark versus Bobby Jovanovic for the lead of this race. Can Shea Thompson catch back up? Goodness me. I don't know if after the race we can get a replay of that incident, but it looked like Thompson and Clark were both super sideways into that braking zone, and Jovanovic just saw that happening, went up the inside and said, "Thanks guys, I'll take the lead of the race." Now on lap 19, it's still a bit of a train here. Final spot on the podium is up for grabs. Will Dodd can see it right in front of him, only a few tenths ahead. Oh, and Dodd just out-braking Thompson a little bit. Thompson, back end kicks out at Canada Corner. Will Dodd takes 3rd place in this race. Is Thompson going to try and come back on him? I don't know, but he's looks like he's fallen behind Daryl Carter. And now Carter's like, hey, this is 3rd place. I can grab this.
Yeah, Carter had some great pace going through those last few turns. But if we look back up front, we've got a point. Live gap between Bobby and Sandman, 0.4.
This is the last lap.
Last lap now. Holy.
Sandman with the major draft on Jovanovic. He's not going to go for the move at turn 1.
He needs to be smart about this.
Very
he needs to be
wise.
smart about making this move.
Okay, the next thing he can do is an outbraking maneuver at the left-hander at the end of this straight. Oh, Sandman just getting a little
Sandman's made a big
squirrely.
mistake.
Oh, that's going to give Jovanovic a little bit of an advantage. A little bit of a run.
Yeah, still 0.4. He could still do this. 0.3. He definitely. Oh yeah, here we go. It's coming.
Jovanovic is going to have to cover the inside. He
covered.
Does. Sandman goes for the available spot and nearly
Here we go.
loses it.
That
Under
was it.
brakes again.
That was it. I reckon the race is done, mate.
Hey,
Bobby's
you never
got this
know.
one.
Sandman could still go for the move in a couple of other places. If Jovanovic makes a mistake through here, he is not, but Sandman is. Oh, just a little off into the grass, and away he goes. It is on
Sandman
here.
pushing pretty hard here. Here we go. Yeah, no, you're right. Bobby did just slightly lock up that left front.
So now
And
through
just pushed those front
carousel.
tyres too hard, to be honest.
Yeah. You can
just
see
the
it
car
there.
pushing through that
Oh,
turn.
man.
Here we go. Yeah.
Yeah,
Bobby's
I
got this
think
one.
Jovanovic has got this. Through the kink they go. Well, it's been a really exciting race, it has to be said, as they come into Canada Corner for the final time. It's still going to be on for 3rd, I think, but can Will Dodd hold off Daryl Carter is the main question on my mind. But as the leaders come through the final turn, what can you say? Bobby Jovanovic has had an up and down race. Slides a bit on the exit, so does Sandman. Allows Sandman to gain a bit, but I think Bobby might just be able to hold this. So as they come across the start-finish line, it's going to be Bobby Jovanovic, your winner for Split 2 of V8SCOPS. Stephen Sandman Clark finishing in 2nd. Will Dodd in 3rd place, just holding off Daryl Carter. Shea Thompson is going to come home in 5th, with Henry King in 6th. Very good job from him after starting in 12th position. Matthew Brunt is going to finish in 7th place. Simon Black in 8th. Brenton O'Brien coming across the line in 9th. Wait, what happened to Shea Thompson? I think Thompson lost connection. I'm not quite sure. They're not there, but Simon Pitt finishing in 10th. Shannon Mason in 11th. And Wayne Taylor is going to cross the line to finish in 12th position. So those are all of your finishers. Goodness me, what a race.
Oh, what a great race. I just absolutely love this track for these V8s because it always turns it up. I just can't wait to see what happens in Split 1. This is really going to be on. It's coming right down to the wire for this championship, and the two legends of sim racing in Australia going at it for this top step of the podium.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Well, I'm not quite sure what to say after that, but I just need to concur with you, Fonty. That was absolutely fantastic, and I cannot wait to see what happens in Split 1. So we'll run through the results one final time. Bobby Jovanovic finishing in P1 for Fusion Sim Racing. Stephen Clark for Trans-Tasman Racing finishing in second place. Will Dodd makes it an FSR 1-3 with third place. Daryl Carter for Redback Racing Team in fourth place. Jamie Owens in fifth. Henry King in sixth. Matthew Brunt seventh. V8SCOPS admin Simon Black finishing in 8th place. Brenton O'Brien in 9th. Simon Pitt is going to round out your top 10. Shannon Mason in 11th place. 12th place, Wayne Taylor. And our non-finishers are going to be Shay Thompson, Matthew Clote, Sean Thompson, and we have Marty Atkins and Michael Korolev there in admin mode, rounding out the field. So there you go. And I can't confirm, but I think Shay Thompson underfueled. Yeah, that explains why he retired. He made a mistake in his calculations, and that's the reason why he ended up retiring from the race. So commiserations to Shay Thompson and Sean Thompson as well. Very bad day for Pro Force Racing in Split 2. However, Split 1 is coming up soon, and you'll have some good entertainment to have a bit of a drink over and have a real good time. So while we prepare for Split 1 to get underway very soon, we're going to go on a very quick break. So thanks for joining me, Fonzie.
No worries. A pleasure to talk with you and watch such an exciting race. It's been quite nice getting back in the commentary box, actually. It was very so directing from London via New Zealand to the rest of the world. That's how we like to do it here. Yeah, it's on an exciting race for this finale of the 2016 V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. I can't wait, Reese. It's going to be a great one, mate. But yeah, we'll be back soon after the break. So hold tight, and we'll see you soon.
In 2016, it all comes down to this. The finale for the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series 2016 season. After a year of fantastic racing in 14 circuits, for 19 races over 5,000 kilometres of racing, the championship hinges on the Elkhard Lake 250 at Road America. Much like 2015, our two championship contenders are the household names in Australian sim racing. ANZ Motorsport superstar Jared Filsell and Trans-Tasman Racing legend Madison Dow. Each of these drivers have a story to tell about their season. Down holds a 19-point margin heading into the final race. Having only won just one race in 2016, Down's consistency has once again landed him in championship contention. And as for Filsell, it's truly been a season of highs and lows. Jared has won 7 races throughout 2016, but with a couple of accidents and points penalties, he needs to finish 2 places in front of Madison Down at Road America to defend his title by just 1 point. However improbable, it's still mathematically possible for TTL drivers Josh Rogers and Richard Hampstead to have a shot at this season's title. If V8SCOPS has taught us anything since 2014, it's that it's unpredictable, thrilling, and will put on a hell of a show for this season's climax. So who's it going to be? Will Down find redemption after his slim defeat in 2015? Or will Fuel Cell cement himself as a legend of the era and take his second consecutive V8SCOPS title? Tune in to V8's Online this Sunday, November 27, where we will crown our 2016 champion.
Located in Wisconsin, the cheese state of America, just outside the town of Elkhard Lake and not far from the shores of Lake Michigan, Road America is, in today's motorsport world, a rare breed of racetrack. It is narrow, it is blindingly fast, and has heavy braking zones leading into turns that vary from sharp to flowing to outright dangerous. It is, for all intents and purposes, America's Monza. And to boot, the layout of the main circuit has not changed at all since the facility was opened in the 1950s. This circuit is truly historic and mentioned in the same breath as some of Europe's most legendary racetracks. While for a track to be called historic, it must of course have some history behind it, and Road America has plenty of that. Starting in 1950, sports car racing was held on a temporary street circuit in and around the village of Elkhard Lake. The races, approved by local leaders to revitalize the local economy after a local canning factory closed, proved popular, spectators lining the road. But after a series of accidents, including one at Watkins Glen where a child was killed, racing on public roads was banned in many US states, and there was a nationwide shift to racing on purpose-built, permanent circuits. Road America was among the first permanent road courses to be constructed in the United States. A highway engineer by the name of Cliff Tufte was the one who organized the building of the new circuit. Tufte was president of the Elkhart Sand and Gravel Company and owned a piece of land to the south of where the Elkhart Lake road races were held. He walked around this parcel of land and designed the basic layout of the track in his head. The circuit was intentionally designed to emulate the sweepers and sharp turns of the original public roads, but in a safer environment. Built to the highest standards of the time, Road America opened for business in September 1955. Tufte was meticulous in the maintenance of his circuit. It is unconfirmed, but it's said that at the beginning, Tufte took road rolling machines to the circuit every day and rolled it diagonally to keep the tarmac in top-notch condition. Regardless of the truth of that anecdote, Road America quickly gained favor among the road racing community, both in the US and across the world. Aside from safety modifications, including runoff area extension, the removal of the bridge that once stood over turn 13, and the installation of a chicane before the kink for motorcycles, the track has stayed steadfast for half a century, playing host to all forms of American motorsports, from IndyCar to Champ Car to SCCA club racing to prototypes and GTs. Even NASCAR has raced here. This place is steeped in legend, and rightly so. And with straights as long as these, what better track for our 650 horsepower virtual V8 supercars to stretch their legs? Road America played host to the opening round of V8SCOPS' first full season in 2015, and now it plays host to the final round of the 2016 season. The 2015 race was exciting and dramatic, and this race has the potential to be exactly the same, but with the added spice of a title to be decided. The Elkhart Lake 250, closing out the 2016 Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series.
A few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Self second. Hampstead third, your podium. And Sean Kelly not far off it in fourth. For what a result, what a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defying year in V8SCOPS, the first year-long championship in iRacing V8 Supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant. Most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Philsell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?
iRacing is the most accurate online racing game and simulation available to the general public. The iRacing service allows you, the race fan, the real-world racer, the race enthusiast, the gamer, to race virtual replicas of real-world cars and at real-world, world-class racetracks. iRacing laser scans all of its content to millimeter accuracy, which gives you a digital replication of that car or track. Whether you want to race for online championships, race your buddies in a league, or test for an upcoming real-world race, iRacing has what those sim racers, gamers, race fans, and real-world racers are looking for. Unparalleled accuracy with loads of fun, wheel-to-wheel excitement. Because of the solid community that iRacing has built, along with that attention to detail, iRacing has been able to form official partnerships with renowned motorsport organizations such as NASCAR, SRO, IMSA, V8 Supercars, and others to develop professionally sanctioned online racing series for our members to participate in. This is unique to iRacing.
When we started iRacing, we kind of fundamentally wanted to take a different approach with licensing and treat them more like partnerships. You know, for instance, NASCAR was one of our first big partners that we brought in, and it's a great way to market your product. There is a growing sense that the virtual space is a great way to interact with the fans of your real-life series. Simulation in itself is just becoming more and more popular in the real racing world, and it's natural to think that to be successful in the real world in these racing series, you're going to have to be up to speed with simulation at this point, because that's the only way that you can actually get any testing done.
One of the things that we've realized in partnering with iRacing is that it allows us to expose the sport to a much broader audience than we've ever had the ability to reach out to. Not many people have the opportunity to drive a race car. iRacing breaks down those barriers and lets you do that. So for us, we're able to expose racing in general and the sport of NASCAR to a much broader audience from that standpoint. It engages people in NASCAR in general, so they like iRacing. If they don't want to become a professional race car driver, they get a feel for what the sport's all about. They're more apt to either go to a race or watch on TV.
iRacing's ever-growing global online community is very appealing to IMSA and what we're trying to do and grow our product as well. Clearly, iRacing is a leader in sim racing and logical and attractive partner for us to be with. For sim racers who have not been exposed to IMSA before, this is a great way to entice them to come check our product out on television or attend our events in person.
At this point now, we're actually getting contacted by racing series and tracks and manufacturers because they want to be involved in iRacing, because they see the value of having that sustained exposure to key demographics for them. Over the last few months, we've done partnerships with the SRO, who is the sanctioning body for the Blancpain GT series in Europe. IMSA, which is obviously the sports car series here in the US. They're two of the newest partners that have gotten on board with this idea that there is a way to kind of bring their brands into iRacing and create these virtual series that have real meaning to consumers of our product and fans of their series.
Next to the traditional ways of promoting the championship through TV, through media, through all forms of internet, we appreciate the growing importance of gaming. iRacing offered a very realistic platform where high-level players can get the nearest to the specificity of our type of racing.
Companies like NASCAR or Blancpain Series or IMSA don't just partner up with everybody. They see how authentic we are, how realistic the racing is, how much effort we put into making things real and fun and exciting for our members, and that's how we get to work with these companies. It helps us both engage our existing customers. It's more exciting to race when you're racing an actual NASCAR series versus just a stock car, and it also helps us reach new people, because new people, they follow these series in the real world and they want to get as close to them as they possibly can.
One of the things we love about iRacing and what they've created there is that it really emulates what we do in real life at NASCAR. You have to work your way up, you have to train, you have to become better at every single level in order to make it to the very top. iRacing was the perfect partner with the technology that they had to offer, really the best of anything that was out there, and they created the most authentic racing experience that anybody could find. Short of getting in an actual race car, you're not going to find anything close to real life than what you'll find in iRacing.
I'm Dan Garrison, software engineer at iRacing. Since the beginning of Papyrus and through iRacing, the track has been unchanging through a session. Whatever you have at the beginning is what you have for the duration of the session and the end. The track doesn't change. What we want to do is be able to have the track respond to what's going on, to have cars interact with the track, to have the track change in temperature, in the amount of rubber. We want marbles, and we want those to be generated by the cars, putting them where they should be and picking them up and rethrowing them off the race line. It's a physical-based model that we focus on first and foremost. The tire and the track interaction, what's really going on there. It would be easy to just quickly throw something together. Our standards are it needs to make sense. What's really going on, even at the molecular level between the track and the tire. The way the track works, essentially, is we divide it up into small cells that your car interacts with. So if you're adding temperature to a certain part of the track, we can pretty accurately know exactly where that is. That gets transmitted to the server. So if I'm in a race, my data is going to the server with everybody else in the session. The server accumulates that and basically broadcasts a consistent track state to everyone, so everyone's got the same track that they're racing on. One of the big challenges was being able to implement this dynamic track with any number of clients connected and have it just work as you would expect. Have it be the same for everyone in the service who's in a session. So to kind of give a little bit of a preview of the state of things right now, I basically have run a number of laps at 5 Flags with the effects exaggerated for demonstration purposes so that we can kind of immediately see what's going on with the track. Right here is basically the track at the beginning of the session. There is a little bit of rubber on there that's put programmatically. That's the starting state of this track, and it's fairly low rubber at this point. If we skip ahead to the end, yeah, I did about 30 laps, so at the very end, you can kind of see all this darkened in right here. This is where I was running the car, so well, there you go. And again, this is exaggerated. A single car in 30 laps is not going to darken the track anywhere near this level. We also have the ability to see the temperature, similar to an IR camera. At the beginning of the session, it's a little bit warm down here. It's very cool up here. As we skip ahead, all of a sudden this part of the track has become very warm. This is where I was running the car. And we can also drag the little thumbnail and see the effect of time as the track cools off and returns back to its equilibrium state. Before we had fairly symmetrical tracks. Now, because the sun is shining at some angle, one side of the track might be particularly hot, and 180 degrees around the track is going to be significantly cooler because the sun isn't really pointing at that. So you're on a track where maybe you basically treated it as two equal halves. Now you need to adjust to that. With multiple cars over a long race, you're going to have to seek out where's the grip, where is it going, how is the track changing. It's going to require a much more intelligent approach to racing. You're going to have to be able to handle the track through the life of the race. So in addition to temperature and rubber, we're also spending a lot of time working with marbles, putting them on the track where they should be. Later in a race, you can expect there to be marbles offline, and so a pass might be a little more sketchy later in the race because you're going to have to go through part of the track that has accumulated some rubber. On the oval side, if you want to venture out into, say, the outside line and nobody's been there yet, you can expect to find marbles there. I expect that the track becoming dynamic means that during a race, temperature is going to go up significantly and the grip is going to respond negatively. You will want to be anticipating that, seeking out cooler parts of the track, taking a slightly higher line for a while, testing out, is it faster up here? I fully expect it's going to break up the field. Cars are going to be trying new things. You won't be able to just take a qualifying setup and make a tiny change and then be able to run the same laps over and over. It's going to just become a much more dynamic and unpredictable experience. As significant as this first implementation is in creating a dynamic environment, it's really kind of just sets the foundation for even bigger and better things. We'll be able to handle day-night transitions and a moving sun and clouds coming in and have the track respond to that. We can look down the road and say, well, we'll want to do rain and have water on the track and have it move and have it dry according to where the tires are and how much temperature is there and how much is the sun shining. All these things that happen in a real race, we want to model them, and we are well on our way in being able to do something like that.
In 2016, it all comes down to this. The finale for the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series 2016 season. After a year of fantastic racing at 14 circuits, for 19 races over 5,000 kilometres of racing, the championship hinges on the Elkhard Lake 250 at Road America. Much like 2015, our two championship contenders are the household names in Australian sim racing. ANZ Motorsport superstar Jared Filsell and Trans-Tasman racing legend Madison Dow. Each of these drivers have a story to tell about their season. Down holds a 19-point margin heading into the final race. Having only won just one race in 2016, Down's consistency has once again landed him in championship contention. And as for Phil Sell, it's truly been a season of highs and lows. Jared has won 7 races throughout 2016, but with a couple of accidents and points penalties, he needs to finish 2 places in front of Madison Down at Road America to defend his title by just 1 point. However improbable, it's still mathematically possible for TTL drivers Josh Rogers and Richard Hampstead to have a shot at this season's title. If V8SCOPS has taught us anything since 2014, it's that it's unpredictable, thrilling, and will put on a hell of a show for this season's climax. So who's it going to be? Will Down find redemption after his slim defeat in 2015? Or will Phil Sell cement himself as a legend of the era and take his 2nd consecutive V8SCOPS title? Tune in to V8's Online this Sunday, November 27, where we will crown our 2016 champion. A few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Sell 2nd, Hampstead 3rd, your podium, and Sean Kelly not far off at N4 for what a result, what a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defining year in V8SCOPS, the first year-long championship in iRacing V8 Supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant, most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Phil Sell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?
Located in Wisconsin, the cheese state of America, just outside the town of Elkhard Lake and not far from the shores of Lake Michigan, Road America is, in today's motorsport world, a rare breed of racetrack. It is narrow, it is blindingly fast, and has heavy braking zones leading into turns that vary from sharp to flowing to outright dangerous. It is, for all intents and purposes, America's Monza. And to boot, the layout of the main circuit has not changed at all since the facility was opened in the 1950s. This circuit is truly historic and mentioned in the same breath as some of Europe's most legendary racetracks. While for a track to be called historic, it must of course have some history behind it, and Road America has plenty of that. Starting in 1950, sports car racing was held on a temporary street circuit in and around the village of Elkhard Lake. The races, approved by local leaders to revitalize the local economy after a local canning factory closed, proved popular, spectators lining the road. But after a series of accidents, including one at Watkins Glen where a child was killed, racing on public roads was banned in many US states, and there was a nationwide shift to racing on purpose-built, permanent circuits. Road America was among the first permanent road courses to be constructed in the United States. A highway engineer by the name of Cliff Tufte was the one who organized the building of the new circuit. Tufte was president of the Elkhart Sand and Gravel Company and owned a piece of land to the south of where the Elkhart Lake road races were held. He walked around this parcel of land and designed the basic layout of the track in his head. The circuit was intentionally designed to emulate the sweepers and sharp turns of the original public roads, but in a safer environment. Built to the highest standards of the time, Road America opened for business in September 1955. Tufty was meticulous in the maintenance of his circuit. It is unconfirmed, but it's said that at the beginning, Tufty took road rolling machines to the circuit every day and rolled it diagonally to keep the tarmac in top-notch condition. Regardless of the truth of that anecdote, Road America quickly gained favour among the road racing community, both in the US and across the world. Aside from safety modifications, including runoff area extension, the removal of the bridge that once stood over turn 13, and the installation of a chicane before the kink for motorcycles, the track has stayed steadfast for half a century, playing host to all forms of American motorsports, from IndyCar to Champ Car to SCCA club racing to prototypes and GTs. Even NASCAR has raced here. This place is steeped in legend, and rightly so. And with straights as long as these, what better track for our 650 horsepower virtual V8 supercars to stretch their legs? Road America played host to the opening round of V8SCOPS' first full season in 2015, and now it plays host to the final round of the 2016 season. The 2015 race was exciting and dramatic, and this race has the potential to be exactly the same, but with the added spice of a title to be decided. The Elkhard Lake 250, closing out the 2016 Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. Welcome back, one and all, to V8's Online's live broadcast of the Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. Once again, you're watching the live broadcast of the final round of the 2016 season, the Elkhard Lake 250 from Road America. We've got titles to be decided and some fantastic racing to be had. My name is Reese Gardner, and joining me in the commentary box for this final race of the season is the man you all know about and you all love, Stephen Sandman Clark. Welcome back to the commentary box, Sandman. Are you excited?
Mate, oh boy, I tell you what, the anticipation for this race is unbelievable. I can't believe how close it is, with mathematically 4 drivers up for a chance of winning this championship for 2016. It's unbelievable.
It absolutely is. The championship points at the moment are just off the charts. As you said, we have 4 drivers in mathematical contention for the 2016 title. And if we have the championship points up on screen, we'll be able to take a look at just how narrow this gap is. We've got Madison Down leading the championship on 3,113 points. Jared at this last race of the season, and I think if the whispers I've heard are correct, all Jared needs to do is finish ahead of Madison to win the title. And yeah, wow, that anything can happen here at Road America. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, talk about pressure. It's a bit like, I guess, the Sprint Cup Series with the chase format in the final race. You don't have to worry about who wins the race. You just got to beat the competitors that you're challenging for the trophy. So it all comes down to this race. And like you said, they'll be keeping an eye on each other throughout the whole race, and they just need to finish in front of each other just to bring the championship home. And boy, oh boy, talk about pressure.
Yeah, certainly. And of course, we did mention that there were 4 drivers, and positions 3 and 4 are taken up by Joshua Rogers and Richard Hampstead, both of the Team TTL camp, that racing organisation. They are still in mathematical contention for the title. Their chances of actually winning it are a bit narrow. However, if they are able to get into the right position, they can be a surprise title winner here in 2016. So 4 drivers at the moment, but 2 of them are especially close to taking this trophy. And speaking of trophies, well, we actually do have trophies to offer these guys, don't we?
And impressive trophies they are too. Boy, oh boy, I tell you what, I'd love one of those sitting on the mantle. So, although the guys are battling it out for this championship just for the honour to be crowned the 2016 V8SCOPS champion, but it gets better where they actually get physically a trophy to take home. So that would certainly look good at someone's home, and no doubt they'll pick a special place out for them. And but coming into it, that's the last thing on their mind at the moment, because they know that there's plenty of laps to deal with tonight, and like we said, the pressure's there. And I tell you what, I'm dumbfounded. I can't even speak. That's how excited I am about it. I can't believe that we've got 4 people in contention. It's just great. It's exactly what our championship needs.
Yeah, exactly. And what a year it's been so far. Like, we've had excitement, we've had drama all through the season. We've had Jared Filsell have disconnections and hardware failures. We've had Madison Down have net dramas and underfueling as well. So it's been a really dramatic season leading up to this. But as we come up into the final minute and a half of practice, I guess all we can really do is focus on the event ahead of us. We're going to have a 20-minute qualifying session to decide the grid here in Split 1, and then we're going to have a 39-lap race around the legendary Road America circuit in Wisconsin. Now, in terms of fuel strategy, we worked out that these guys have a 67% restriction on the fuel tank, so they can't use the full 120 litres of fuel tank capacity available to them. So only 67% of that will get you just over, or thereabouts, 16 laps. So 16 plus 16, 32. Depending on your fuel-saving capabilities, and that leaves a minimum 7-lap short stint that you can slot in anywhere you like in the race. You can do it in the start, the middle, or the end. Question is, which driver is going to do what strategy, and how is it going to work out for them? That's one of the many what-ifs that we're dealing with here tonight.
Exactly. Strategy is a wonderful thing coming into these events. You've got to have a little bit of strategy on the side, but it just plays out differently every lap. I mean, just in my race, in the second split race, I didn't want to pit. I was going to think about pitting about halfway. I saw Bobby pit, and I thought, well, next lap I need to pit and make that, try and cover him up just with the fresher tyres. So those strategies may go out the window. They may stick to them. It's just going to be interesting to see how it all plays out.
Certainly is. Well, we've got 10 seconds left on the clock in practice. We're going to have an extra couple of minutes after that to allow people to finish the laps that they're currently on. But hey, qualifying, that's what we're focusing on at the moment, and it looks like we're about to get started now. Pre-qualifying, I don't quite have the results available to me now, but we have got some incredibly close pace here in the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series, of course presented by Lenovo. Cannot forget those guys. Thank you very much for your kind sponsorship of this series. But the racing has always been close in V8 Supercars on iRacing, and because of the level of competition that we've got in V8SCOPS, the times are just incredibly close, and I can't wait to see what kind of times people can pull out today on this track of heavy braking zones and long straights, and just touching, I think, about 270 kilometers an hour at the fastest point. But they're all exiting the pit lane now, Sandman. Qualifying is underway.
Be interesting to see how it all plays out, because like you touched on, the long straightaways here, and the draft is actually very, very, very strong around here with the length of straightaways we've got here. So it'll be interesting to see if anyone uses that to their advantage in qualifying, because like you touched on, the times are incredibly close, and if you can get a toe on one of your good laps, that could really put you in the box seat.
It certainly could. Leading the charge out on track is Joshua Rogers. He's currently leading the pack of cars going around to start their hot laps. He's followed very closely by his TTL stablemate Jake Maloney in those lovely yellow and black Hyperstimulator Ford Falcons. Joshua Rogers, just what a story we've seen from him this year. You know, he started off making a bit too many mistakes. He was a new driver at Team TTL, and he just kept making these small little errors that lost out any chance of victory for him in the opening round of the seasons. But he put it together at Sebring, managed to take a string of dominant wins in the early mid-season, and yeah, with him still in mathematical contention for this title, I can't wait to see what happens. They're rounding at the final corner now. Rogers and Maloney leading the charge. Behind them is Jared Filsell, followed by Tyson Williams. We're going to jump on board with Joshua Rogers as he starts the first qualifying lap for the Elkhard Lake 250. In turn one here at Road America, it doesn't look... Oh, yeah, you can see it catches you out, Sandman. It's an open turn. A lot of these turns at Road America, you look at a map of the place and you think, oh, well, that doesn't look too difficult. It's just a bunch of right angle turns connected by straights. But no, it's got elevation changes, it's got bumps, it's got bits where the track narrows and tightens in just the wrong place, and you can get caught out by that massively.
And especially with these guys, they're they're first lap out under race pace, and you can see that some of the guys are just struggling maybe with tyre temp at the moment. So depending on how their pressures are set, that might take them just a lap or two just to get into a groove.
Yeah, it looks like the track is 6 degrees warmer than it was in the Split 2 race. Of course, the one that you competed in, 31 degrees in that race, 37 in this, and the sun is out and above the track. So you've got those UV rays heating up the track and making life difficult for some of these guys. We're on board with Jared Filsell, meanwhile. Car number 1, the reigning champion of V8SCOPS and in contention for taking 2 in a row. I got to wonder, typically the question asked is what is going through his head right now, but of course knowing Jared, he's just focusing on the task at hand, focusing on doing as well as he can in this race, and I'm noticing he is running a moustache on the front of his car in honor of Movember. Growing moustaches, raising money for men's health. Really good cause to get behind there. We've got quite a few cars in the field running those lovely mows on the front of their cars, so fantastic to see that. So Jared is just about to complete his first lap. It is going to be 2:05.9. He's going to go straight to the top. Josh Rogers only able to do a 2:06.7 or 3, and Madison down right to the top on a 2:05.6. Goodness me. These times are just reeling in at the moment. Madison stamping his authority on the field, 3/10 ahead of Jared Filsell.
Yeah, that's great for his first lap out. To punch out his first lap like that, that was great. He punched out a 2:05.7 in the practice session just leading up to quali, and his first lap he's beaten that with 2:05.6.
Yeah, wow.
So good job, Madison down.
Yeah, incredible stuff there. Madison down, just making a major statement there. I am the championship leader. I want to win this. You're going to have to better me in qualifying before you have any chance of beating me in the race. And of course, another thing that we got to remember here is it's a long lap at Road America, which means that the no escape rule being in effect, it really affects your qualifying strategy, doesn't it?
Not wrong. You've really got to take that into consideration. Whether you gamble, if you bucket up a lap and you think, oh well, I'll have another lap, but you've got to make sure that if you finish that lap, you've got enough fuel to get back to the pits to start again. Because, like you said, with that no escape rule, if you decide to park it, then that's your qualifying session over.
Yeah, certainly is. One of the many efforts put in place to try and make this virtual championship as much like the real one as possible. You must return to your pit box manually after you complete your qualifying lap. So, currently in the top 10, we got Madison down in P1, Jared Filsell P2, Sean Kelly in P3. Really, really awesome to see that. Sean Kelly up that far. He's really turned it up in this latter part of the season. Richard Hamstead in 4th place. Ethan Griggolt in 5th. Joshua Rogers in 6th. Jared Filsell's teammate Kane Kugamiya, meanwhile, is in 7th place. And a name that I have not seen in ages in 8th place, Brad Ryan, car number 447. He's one of the senior members of TTL, I believe, and we haven't seen him out on track in a long time.
It's good to see him out. He was pretty pumped, actually, to make top split. I saw him post on Facebook earlier tonight, and he's getting ready for a big night's racing. Like you said, it's been a little while between drinks, but he's excited. He's got his roommate there playing crew chief for him, so he's looking for a big night. And good on Brad Ryan. He's got himself inside the top 10 in the early stages. Yeah, certainly. That's really good after a long time out of the game. Meanwhile, Forzan El Nabi jumping into the pits in a very interesting way for Performance Motorsports. Was in 9th, but has been knocked down to 11th by Lee Ellis, who had just crossed the line and is now in 9th place. Kugamiya in P8 at the moment is pulling out of the pits to start a new qualifying run. And he's going to come out just in front of David A. Moore for Synergy Sim Racing. Oh, goodness me, those two ANZ cars coming out together, and I think David was kind of caught out by those guys. Tell you what, just looking at the timesheets, Madison Down's gone on with it for a second lap. And his times are pretty impressive. His first lap was, like we said, the 205.625. His second lap, he backed it up with a 205.661. Wow. So talk about pretty even there. Yeah, that's really awesome to see, and he's doing all of this without a draft as well. So that's quite a significant pace there from Madison Down. Madison comes down into Canada Corner. Very misleading corner, that one. It seems a lot tighter than it actually is. You can carry quite a bit of speed through there. So the only car in pit lane at the moment is Joshua Rogers, as we see Madison Down diving for the pit entry. So that's going to be the end of his run. He smashes on the pit limiter, goes over the hump. Jared in the pits as well. No. Looks like Jared's out on track at the moment. Yeah, he's just he's building up to start a hot lap. He's just letting some traffic go past, and he's just prepping himself. So as Jared Filsell goes nice and slow, going to work with Kane, get a bit of draft here. Try and maximise his lap time. We're going to go on board with Jared Filsell for this lap. And it just goes to show, we were talking about the lap length here at Road America, and the guys haven't completed that many laps, but we're already almost halfway through the session. So Kane and Jared are now going to go up over the rise and begin a lap. Coming down this front stretch. What a circuit this is, as we see cars coming out of the pit lane ahead of them. Oh, it's a bit of a traffic jam here at turn 1. Jared isn't going to like that. So it's Lee Ellis in front of Jared here. Lee will just get out of the way. Lee's getting out of the way. We've also got another car up there in between the two ANZ cars. I think that's Jake Burton. This might help. If he can just get a bit of a tow here, this will actually benefit Jared here. Too early. Yeah, didn't quite benefit from that. Looks like Jake may be working with Madison Down there. Jared Filsell going down into turn 4. Using first gear. Getting as much of a run as he possibly can. You can see he's just using all of the road. Oh, even just putting a wheel off in the grass when he needs to. Oh, he's jumped a lot of curb there too, so that might give him a 1x actually. Yeah, especially on exit. I don't know. You can see the track rubbering up now. This dynamic track that only entered use in iRacing a few months ago. No 1x for Jared, we're hearing from our director, so that was a completely legal lap. Excellent, that's what we like to see. Here we go. Now, that's definitely going to be a 1x.
Oh, yeah,
that's
big
definitely. Oh, man.
The Kink. It is one of the scariest corners in world motorsport here at Road America. Not much runoff, super fast, and a V8 supercar. It's one of the few cars that you've got to brake for the Kink.
I tell you, it sucks you in every lap, regardless. You think, yeah, I've got this, I can go through a little bit quicker, and the thing pushes and starts to understeer, and you're like, oh, you know, if you touch the grass on exit, it can end your day fairly quickly. So it's a big cojones corner, and it's really good when you get it right.
So Jared into the pit lane, yeah, as you said, Sandman, the Kink, manages to catch you out, and this time it caught out a championship contender. Sean Kelly, meanwhile, in P3 on a 2:05.9, fires it towards the pit lane.
Check out the times though. 5.971 for Phil Sell, a 5.982 for Kelly, and a 5.986 for Rogers.
Absolutely incredible. And Richard Hampstead not too far behind either on a 2:06.013. It looks like Hammer might be helping Rogers here with a draft. Or is Rogers on an outlap? I'm not quite sure. And meanwhile, right behind them, we've got Ethan Grigg-Galt driving for SDC Motorsports. Ethan's been one of those guys that we've seen off and on throughout the year, but he's always been there or thereabouts in the top 10. Really good to see him back there and up in 6th place.
Yeah, be pretty happy with that.
Very competitive times here at Road America at the moment. Starting to tick over with 13 minutes past in this session. Looks like Jake Burton has managed to put himself up into 8th. And El Nabi has managed to pip Lee Ellis back and regain 9th position on the timesheets at the moment. Brad Ryan, meanwhile, fallen back to 11th as we focus on Jake Burton. Coming through the Kink. It's been a bit of a journey for Burton this year. He's had a very interesting season. Started off as a privateer with some support from Trans-Tasman Racing, and he's constantly been in the top 10 all year, which is really cool to see. So the times are staying fairly static at the moment. Let's have a look further down the field. Ah! Guess who's made a return? PJ Sturgios.
PJ!
After a long time out of the game. Good to see PJ back once again. We'll focus on PJ for a while. He's currently following a Synergy Sim Racing car. That's David Moore once again in car number 6. But PJ has jumped in a few rounds to help out Team TTL with their campaigns, and he's back now.
Don't know what the first part of the lap looked like, and the second part looked alright. You've got a little bit of a toe there from looks like David Moore in front of him. So 2:07.082 in 17th at the moment. Does he improve on that? No, he's starting a lap by the looks of it.
Yep, alright. Well, we'll stay with PJ here, I believe. He won't be complaining about that draft from Moore.
No, he'll be asking for more.
Looks like as Sturgios just passes Kane Kugamir, Jared is now starting a lap. We'll see how he can make up 3/10 on Madison Down. He doesn't have a draft, however, because most of the corners on this track are very quick. He'll find a bit of an advantage, the car turning just a little bit better, I think.
Hard on the brakes, just a little wiggle there.
That was a car stopped. That was Corey Preston there, stopped on the inside of that turn. Preston in 15th position. But as Jared continues his lap, yeah, he knows the limits here, and that's Kane there. That's Kane Kugamir in front of him. Looks like Jared is going to want to get a bit of a draft from Kane in this latter part of the circuit on the run down to Canada Corner.
Yeah, the beauty of having Kane there, if he's not on a lap yet, he can just throttle out a little bit, and that'll really benefit Jared. So he's getting him in a good part of the racetrack. Jared gets turned in nice. On exit.
That's not an off track there. You can put wheel into the grass there. So fortunate for Jared. Sector 2, Jared was up on Madison. He just manages to pull it up for Canada corner.
Goodness you got to watch that one exit on the 1X possibility on the exit is so easy to do there, but he's out wide.
I don't know if that was a 1X. It wasn't. It wasn't. We're hearing it isn't. He just goes wide at the last turn. He's had a 1X on that lap. Man.
What a shame.
He's got the draft from Kane this time with 3 minutes to go in the session. We'll stay on board with Jared to see what he can do. That was a 2:06.0 from Jared that time round. And as we continue riding with this championship contender, Benjamin Downs in the broadcast chat raised the question of wind direction and speed. And it's already been confirmed that the wind is southwest to west at 7 to 9 kilometers an hour. So it's a crosswind down most of these straights. So you won't be seeing too much of a change in top speed due to these wind conditions. Jared just made a bit of a mistake there, unfortunately.
Well, coming up to the 2-minute mark too, with 2 minutes 10 to go in this session. So, an exit.
Goodness.
So he knows the pressure's on now. That he's still in a good spot though. He's P2 regardless of the time. Don't worry about the couple of tenths between him and Down.
Oh dear.
Oh, there we go. All he needs to do now is just... No, I think you can throw it away.
Deja vu. Oh, goodness me.
If he's got anything left in those tyres, just look after it till he gets back. But it looks like he may have just resorted to maybe finishing qualifying.
Yeah. I think he's resigned himself to the fact that he is going to be starting second at best in this session.
And that's what I was trying to say. Regardless of the time, he's still P2, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there's a couple of tenths between him and Down. This is qualifying trim. It's race trim you've got to worry about. So if he's got a good race car, starting P2 right next to Madison Down is exactly what he wants.
Yeah, certainly. And another thing you've got to consider is the fact that depending on the start he gets off the grid, Madison isn't going to have the benefit of the draft. Jared is. As Jared pulls it into the pits as we go 18 minutes 59 and 19 minutes. So that's 1 minute to go in this session. Jared Filsell will not be going back out on track. Meanwhile, Rogers is still in 4th place. The top 10 has stayed pretty consistent over this session. Looks like drivers are just wrapping up their laps all down through the field.
Geez, 20 minutes flies around here, doesn't it?
Yeah, certainly does. I'm seeing Heath Brennan coming up over the rise, I believe, to finish a lap. Currently sitting in 23rd on a 2:07.3. No, that is starting a lap from Heath Brennan. He's going to be able to finish that one, provided he doesn't make any mistakes.
Tell you what, not that it matters, but Down looks like he's on a pretty good lap, and he looks like Jake Burton's in front of him, maybe possible toe there. Although in saying that, his exit there wasn't all that great, so...
Seeing one question in the broadcast chat from Lee Clark. New Zealand in the house. Any Kiwis racing? Sean Kelly, your man in 3rd, is from New Zealand. Lee lives in Perth, but he's a Kiwi through and through. So you got a countryman to cheer on. And our director as well, Fonty, from New Zealand as well. But that's the checkered flag flying in this session. Now, what we've got to do is wait for competitors to finish their laps. And at the moment, it doesn't look like there's any major changes. Madison Down going through turn 1. He's finished his run.
Goes to show just how crucial your first or any lap is in qualifying. But, you know, you want to get a banker down. His banker was the time that gave him pole. So that was a great job from Down. Yeah, brilliant stuff from Madison. And really good job also from Forzan El Nabi, I have to say. Like, he's been around the midfield for quite some time this season, but to get a top 10 here at the final round at Road America, can't complain about that. Brad Ryan as well in 11th. Brilliant to see. Well, that's qualifying done and dusted. I think it's time to run through the results, and we'll be going to the race session very, very soon. So Madison Down as your pole man by 3/10, sorry. A bit of a flub there over Jared Filsell. Sean Kelly in 3rd. Joshua Rogers, 4th place. Richard Hampstead lining up in 5th. Ethan Griggold in 6th. Kane Kugamiya 7th. 8th is Lee Ellis. 9th, Jake Burton. Rounding out your top 10 is Forzan El Nabi. And check out the 11th spot. A big welcome back to Brad Ryan. Jake Maloney in 12th. In 13th, it's Mitchell Celiak. In 14th, Michael Schreier. Brenton Hobson in 15th. PJ Sturgis in 16th. Corey Preston in 17th. Tyson Williams in 18th. Luke Harvey in 19th. And rounding out your 20 is David A. Moore. Jason Hyde for Performance Motorsports is going to line up in 21st position. Glenn Postlethwaite in 22nd. 23rd is Heath Brennan. Dale Nish lining up in 24th. 25th is Jordan Ross. Andrew Gilliam in 26th. Jason Bentz, 27th. 28th position is going to be Kurt Stenberg. ERA's Craig Jones is going to line up in 29th position. And Michael Ford rounding out your top 30. Daniel Ackland in 31st. 32nd, Michael Telegenet. And 33rd, Brian Borg. Adam Highland in 34th, and rounding out your 35th position is Bruce Kelly. Well, there we go. That is your grid for the final round of the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series for 2016. And, wow, I can't wait for the race, Sandman. It's going to be absolutely epic. Yeah, we've got our 2 championship contenders starting side by side, so it's going to be an awesome drag race into Turn 1. I can't wait. Certainly. Well, on that note, while we wait for the race server to go up, we're going to go on a very, very quick break. We'll be back as soon as we possibly can. You're watching the Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series on V8's Online. This is the Elkhard Lake 250. V8's Online, the best race here. We'll be back very soon. ...2016, it all comes down to this. The finale for the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series 2016 season. After a year of fantastic racing in 14 circuits, for 19 races over 5,000 kilometres of racing, the championship hinges on the Elkhard Lake 250 at Road America. Much like 2015, our 2 championship contenders are the household names in Australian sim racing. ANZ Motorsport superstar Jared Filsell and Trans-Tasman racing legend Madison Down. Each of these drivers have a story to tell about their season. Down holds a 19-point margin heading into the final race. Having only won just one race in 2016, Down's consistency has once again landed him in championship contention. And as for Filsell, it's truly been a season of highs and lows. Jared has won 7 races throughout 2016, but with a couple of accidents and points penalties, he needs to finish 2 places in front of Madison Down at Road America to defend his title by just 1 point. However improbable, it's still mathematically possible for TTL drivers Josh Rogers and Richard Hampstead to have a shot at this season's title. If V8SCOPS has taught us anything since 2014, it's that it's unpredictable, thrilling, and will put on a hell of a show for this season's climax. So who's it going to be? Will Down find redemption after his slim defeat in 2015? Or will Filsell cement himself as a legend of the era and take his 2nd consecutive V8SCOPS title? Tune in to V8's Online this Sunday, November 27, where we will crown our 2016 champion.
Located in Wisconsin, the cheese state of America, just outside the town of Elkhard Lake and not far from the shores of Lake Michigan, Road America is, in today's motorsport world, a rare breed of racetrack. It is narrow, it is blindingly fast, and has heavy braking zones leading into turns that vary from sharp to flowing to outright dangerous. It is, for all intents and purposes, America's Monza. And to boot, the layout of the main circuit has not changed at all since the facility was opened in the 1950s. This circuit is truly historic and mentioned in the same breath as some of Europe's most legendary racetracks. While for a track to be called historic, it must of course have some history behind it, and Road America has plenty of that. Starting in 1950, sports car racing was held on a temporary street circuit in and around the village of Elkhard Lake. The races, approved by local leaders to revitalize the local economy after a local canning factory closed, proved popular, spectators lining the road. But after a series of accidents, including one at Watkins Glen where a child was killed, racing on public roads was banned in many US states, and there was a nationwide shift to racing on purpose-built, permanent circuits. Road America was among the first permanent road courses to be constructed in the United States. A highway engineer by the name of Cliff Tufte was the one who organized the building of the new circuit. Tufte was president of the Elkhart Sand and Gravel Company and owned a piece of land to the south of where the Elkhart Lake road races were held. He walked around this parcel of land and designed the basic layout of the track in his head. The circuit was intentionally designed to emulate the sweepers and sharp turns of the original public roads, but in a safer environment. Built to the highest standards of the time, Road America opened for business in September 1955. Tufte was meticulous in the maintenance of his circuit. It is unconfirmed, but it's said that at the beginning, Tufte took road rolling machines to the circuit every day and rolled it diagonally to keep the tarmac in top-notch condition. Regardless of the truth of that anecdote, Road America quickly gained favor among the road racing community, both in the US and across the world. Aside from safety modifications, including runoff area extension, the removal of the bridge that once stood over turn 13, and the installation of a chicane before the kink for motorcycles, the track has stayed steadfast for half a century, playing host to all forms of American motorsports, from IndyCar to Champ Car to SCCA club racing to prototypes and GTs. Even NASCAR has raced here. This place is steeped in legend, and rightly so. And with straights as long as these, what better track for our 650 horsepower virtual V8 supercars to stretch their legs? Road America played host to the opening round of V8SCOPS' first full season in 2015, and now it plays host to the final round of the 2016 season. The 2015 race was exciting and dramatic, and this race has the potential to be exactly the same, but with the added spice of a title to be decided. The Elkhart Lake 250, closing out the 2016 Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series.
A few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Sells second, Hampstead third, your podium, and Sean Kelly not far off it in fourth. For what a result, what a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defying year in V8SCOPS, the first year-long championship in iRacing V8 Supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant. Most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Filsell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion? (2016), it all comes down to this. The finale for the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series 2016 season. After a year of fantastic racing in 14 circuits, for 19 races over 5,000 kilometres of racing, the championship hinges on the Elkhard Lake 250 at Road America. Much like 2015, our two championship contenders are the household names in Australian sim racing. ANZ Motorsport superstar Jared Filsell and Trans-Tasman racing legend Madison Dow. Each of these drivers have a story to tell about their season. Down holds a 19-point margin heading into the final race. Having only won just one race in 2016, Down's consistency has once again landed him in championship contention. And as for Filsell, it's truly been a season of highs and lows. Jared has won 7 races throughout 2016, but with a couple of accidents and points penalties, he needs to finish 2 places in front of Madison Down at Road America to defend his title by just 1 point. However improbable, it's still mathematically possible for TTL drivers Josh Rogers and Richard Hampstead to have a shot at this season's title. If V8SCOPS has taught us anything since 2014, it's that it's unpredictable, thrilling, and will put on a hell of a show for this season's climax. So who's it going to be? Will Down find redemption after his slim defeat in 2015? Or will Filsell cement himself as a legend of the era and take his second consecutive V8SCOPS title? Tune in to V8's Online this Sunday, November 27, where we will crown our 2016 champion.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
2016, it all comes down to this. The finale for the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series 2016 season. After a year of fantastic racing at 14 circuits, for 19 races over 5,000 kilometres of racing, the championship hinges on the Elkhard Lake 250 at Road America. Much like 2015, our two championship contenders are the household names in Australian sim racing. ANZ Motorsport superstar Jared Filsell and Trans-Tasman racing legend Madison Down. Each of these drivers have a story to tell about their season. Down holds a 19-point margin heading into the final race. Having only won just one race in 2016, Down's consistency has once again landed him in championship contention. And as for Filsell, it's truly been a season of highs and lows. Jared has won 7 races throughout 2016, but with a couple of accidents and points penalties, he needs to finish 2 places in front of Madison Down at Road America to defend his title by just 1 point. However improbable, it's still mathematically possible for TTL drivers Josh Rogers and Richard Hampstead to have a shot at this season's title. If V8SCOPS has taught us anything since 2014, it's that it's unpredictable, thrilling, and will put on a hell of a show for this season's climax. So who's it going to be? Will Down find redemption after his slim defeat in 2015? Or will Filsell cement himself as a legend of the era and take his second consecutive V8SCOPS title? Tune in to V8's Online this Sunday, November 27, where we will crown our 2016 champion.
Welcome back to the 2016 V8 Supercar Online Premier Series, Round 15, the Elkhard Lake 250. The guys are gritting up right now for the race start, and Sandman, I cannot wait.
Mate, it's going to be a drag race between our two championship contenders, Madison Down and Jared Filsell. Like we said, there are 4 drivers mathematically who can do it, but it's a drag race between Down and Filsell. Let's see how that all unfolds.
Yeah, certainly. You'll notice we are running some different overlays in this race because our current one's crashed, but it's gone green. And it looks like Jared Filsell has gotten a slightly better start than Madison Down, but he remains ahead as they all file to the inside coming into turn 1. We've got a car off in the background almost.
Oh, Filsell's got his work cut out for him. If he tries to look around the outside, Down gives him plenty of room. Then he's got to worry about behind him is Sean Kelly, TTR teammate to Madison Down.
Yeah, certainly. Look at that field of cars streaming down into turn 3. They're going 2, 3 wide down there in the background, but Madison Down and Jared Filsell have broken free of the pack.
It's exactly the start they needed. Filsell and Down, they didn't want to get caught up in any mess at the start. Just a nice, clean start. They can knuckle down. You can see Filsell's got a bit of pace. You can see he's just used a little bit of that draft. Down just covers the inside a little bit.
Rogers has
Filsell.
gotten past Kelly. Almost. No, he hasn't. Rogers runs wide.
Yep, he's gone the long way around there, so Kelly will hold on to that.
Yep, and now we've got a gaggle of cars coming down here, and it looks like Jake Maloney's sort of lost out in that big pack. We got cars just taking alternative lines absolutely everywhere. And we're hearing that we've got no audio. We'll try and fix that as soon as we can.
So at the moment, it's Madison Down leading over Jared Philsell. They've got a little margin over Sean Kelly, Josh Rogers and Richard Hampstead for the top 5.
Yep, and Jason Hyde had a little bit of a moment there coming into the carousel and down the back of the field there. Create a little bit of a stitch up, but they managed to get through just fine. Jared Philsell and Madison Down now well and truly broken free of everyone else as Sean Kelly continues to hold Rogers back.
It's good for these guys. They know they can just concentrate on the race they've got in their hands. They don't have to worry about other people getting in the squabble and maybe messing things up. But it's Philsell and Down coming onto the final turn, out of the final turn to the front straight. Madison Down, not much in it between him and Philsell, but a nice margin over third place Kelly.
Yeah, certainly. So it's really spaced out at the moment. Now Jared Philsell's just going to be thinking. He doesn't want to try any moves on Madison Down just yet. Because if he tries to make that move on him and take the race lead, he's just going to get passed right back.
Don't forget we've got pit stops to contend with too for this race. So it's very, very early days, understatement of the year. But these guys just need to get into a bit of a rhythm, settle down, think about their game plan that they've got. The race is unfolded nice and cleanly for these guys, and all they need to do is start thinking about the strategy.
Yeah, certainly. Now, of course, the pit
Rogers,
window...
Sorry, Rogers has got Kelly.
There we go, and Kelly's going to try and hold up Richard Hampstead there, who's facing pressure from Jake Burton.
Oh, Burton tried to look around the outside. He's not going to quite... Will he go for the under and over? A little bit of contact between him and Hampstead.
Yeah, some very interesting racing going on here at the moment. Of course, this is a train here that Richard Hampstead has behind him. Burton, Ethan Grigault, Kane Kugamir, Lee Ellis, Mitchell Sealack, all in a line behind him. As a couple of them run off into the grass. Now, the pit window is going to officially open at about lap 7-ish. That's the minimum point when drivers are going to start looking at pitting their cars. So we'll be keeping a lookout as the laps go on. And of course, Jared Philsell behind Madison Down as we see them streaming down to Canada Corner once again. He's going to be saving fuel behind Madison, we got to remember, so that can really help his strategy as well. Down's a bit on the back burner here.
I do love how it's just these guys now, it's just going to be a straight-out street fight because there's been no ugliness. There hasn't been any drama at Turn 1. They haven't had to worry about lap traffic or anything else for the moment. So it's nice and clean. These guys are just pushing on, head down, bum up, and they'll start thinking about how this race is going to play out. But the one thing I guess that Philsell will think about is Rogers now. Rogers has got a bit of clear track, and he's really opened up margin over Kelly.
Yeah, that's quite surprising. We're focused on Kelly at the moment, but you see Josh Rogers just pulling away from him there. And he's right up on the back of Madison and Jared now. That's some incredible pace there from Josh Rogers. Meanwhile, everyone behind Kelly is just thinking, man, I just want a bit of clear track.
Oh,
looks like Richard Hampstead. Yeah, Hampstead might be looking for it. Kelly's going to guard the inside. Oh, Hampstead.
Oh, damn it, touch!
Goodness me, I think Hampstead was expecting Kelly to move over there, but he just squeezes in. Little bit of contact there between the two drivers. Oh, and Kelly just gets smacked off the track.
Jake Burton almost got involved there too. Hampstead was really careful to move right over and shut the door on Burton, and that could have got real ugly.
Kelly losing positions left, right, and centre, by the way. Meanwhile, we've got car 86, a 5-point penalty for contact in turn 1. Who's car 85? 86, sorry, that's Dale Niche. Dale Niche has gotten a penalty already for contact on the first lap.
Now, will the stewards look at that contact between Kelly and Hampstead? Because Hampstead has now got a fair bit of margin. Kelly slipped back a little bit. So whether they consider that just a bit of a racing incident or not, it'd be interesting to see what they think about that.
Certainly will. We'll be bringing updates to you from the stewards as much as we can. And, wow, Sandman, I'm having flashbacks to Sebring because we've got Madison, Jared, and Josh, your top 3.
Unreal. How much ground has Rogers closed up just
look
in
at
that
that.
lap? That's unbelievable.
That's incredible stuff. Maybe he's... Oh, you know what? Oh, I don't know. Maybe he's running his car a bit lighter. Or wouldn't that might not make sense. I don't know.
It's still got to be... Still got to stop his last lap round at 205.3 compared to Phil Cell 205.7 and Downs 205.8. So he's got massive pace.
He certainly has. And they are right together now. Oh, man, I can't believe this. You know, it's the final race of the season, and we're still racing just as hard as we would if it was round 1, as Madison Down has a little bit of an oversteer moment. So does Phil Cell.
Actually, Phil Cell's got a bit of a toe here.
He certainly has.
He's really going to benefit here. So what's Down going to do? Is he going to cover to the inside? Yes, he will.
Stays in the middle of the track almost, but he's going to guard the inside on the entry.
Oh, now you know who's going to love this is Rogers, because he's going to see these guys battle out. It looks like the Split 2 race.
Here we go. We're focused on Rogers, watching these two guys battle ahead of him. Phil Cell tries to turn in, but Down is still there. Down maintains the race lead, and Rogers is now right on the back of Phil Cell. A little bit of a slide from Rogers.
Yeah, he just got the left rear onto the grass, and that kicked the car sideways. Nice bit of car control there from Rogers.
Yeah, certainly. We're hearing Glenn Postlethwaite is around further down in the field. Oh, we've had a big incident, guys. Andrew Gilliam and Daniel Ackland involved as well. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but wow. Daniel Ackland looked to have had heavy contact made with him. Yeah, Daniel Ackland and Andrew Gilliam making heavy contact down at, I believe it's turn 4. I'm not quite sure. But it's drama down in the field. Meanwhile, Madison Down seems to have broken free of Phil Cell a bit here. And Rogers is really looking hungry.
It's one of those catch-22s for Rogers. Rogers knows that these guys are battling out for a championship, but at the end of the day, so is Rogers. I mean, mathematically, he can still do it regardless of what, you know, we don't know how this race is going to play out. So even though Down and Phil Cell are battling it out for the spot, there's a mathematical chance that Rogers can do it too. The pace he's got in that Falcon is incredible.
Yeah, certainly has. I'm not quite sure what positions he needs to finish relative to Madison and Jared to win the championship, but God, if he keeps this pace up, he's going to be right in there.
How's the margin these three have broken away from Jake Burton? He's back in 4th. It's a decent gap. We're looking at nearly 4.5 seconds.
Yeah, certainly. That's a real huge gap there. But all these guys are going to be focusing on saving fuel. Maybe just keeping their driving and their tyres under control. That will pay dividends later in the race. Focused on Jake Burton at the moment. Followed very closely by Richard Hampstead and Ethan Greg Gold.
Jarrett, the interesting thing now for me that is I'm waiting to play out is who's going to blink first as far as pit stops. You know, we know that fresh tyres can be a bit of an advantage, and you know, it's who blinks first is really going to be the one that's going to be intriguing for me as these laps tick on.
Yeah, well, Madison Down, really huge slide out of Canada corner. Not doing those rears any favours. He's pushing majorly hard to try and stay far enough ahead of Phil Cell that the draft can't be picked up.
You know what? If I was Rogers' crew chief, I'd make him pit first out of these three if he could.
Yeah, certainly.
Just because of pace.
Yeah. Get him out of that dirty air, into some clean air, make sure that he can just get a bit of a gap down. And when Down and Phil Cell inevitably pit, and he'll be able to jump them.
How much room he makes up just under brakes. He's really got that Falcon hooked up. You know, he knows that he needs to be careful. The back of Phil Cell doesn't want to get himself caught up in any kerfuffles and doesn't want to get himself a penalty at the end of the day. But he knows he's got good pace. So I reckon definitely they'd have to be crunching the numbers to think, all right, when can we be the first one in pit lane? Because we saw how quick, once he got past Kelly, he caught the back of these guys in no time.
Yeah, he really did, as Phil Cell locks up going into turn 4.
Oh, loose on exit too.
Yeah, not doing himself any favours with that. Meanwhile, Madison Down still holding station. Let's take a look back in the field, see what kind of battles there are going on. Looks like PJ Sturgios has just made his way past Corey Preston for position 13. PJ doing really well there. Meanwhile, Preston having made up positions himself, nothing to sneeze at either. Got a huge line of cars sprawling across this racetrack. No huge moves being made so far. And we're hearing from the stewards, Andrew Gilliam has been given a 25-point penalty for contact with Daniel Ackland on lap 5. That was the incident that I alluded to earlier. Meanwhile, have a look at the gap up the front that Madison's gotten. 1.2 seconds now.
Yeah, it was half a second just that lap gone by. He was faster. So, yeah, he's definitely into a bit of a groove now. What Phil Cell needs to do is just eyes forward. Don't worry about looking in the rearview mirror because he knows that Josh Rogers is all over him. He knows he caught him fairly quickly. But if he can just do eyes forward and not worried about what's going on in the mirror, I think he'll be able to slowly close that down, that margin on down.
Yes, well, we're on lap 7 at the moment. This is the earliest possible time that drivers can pit and make it to the end. Will one of these top 3 do it, is the question. So we're currently focused on Kane Kugamiya, who is currently severely pressuring Lee Ellis and is himself under pressure from Mitchell Cialak. Oh, Cialak, a little bit of an oversteer moment there in the background. Kane, though, right on the back of Lee, coming through carousel, loses out a bit in the mid-corner, it seems.
I love the different lines that people have through there. You know, some people have a shallow entry or a wider entry, and it just mixes it up throughout the whole corner. It's such a great corner when you get it right. And when you got yourself in a bit of a battle, it's interesting to see the different lines people take.
Yeah, certainly. And Road America is just one of those tracks, isn't it? Like, it's been around for such a long time. Drivers have had a lot of time to figure out just what to do around this place. And yeah, there are multiple lines possible around here, especially coming up into the last turn, which these guys are coming up to now. You can take a narrow entry or a wide entry and still have the same sort of net effect on your lap time, which is really interesting to see. But they're coming across to start lap 7, and I'm looking over to the pit lane to see if there are any cars in, and for the moment it doesn't seem that way. So now drivers will be looking at pitting at any time from this point. Rogers just sitting behind Phil Cell.
Oh, just saw Phil Cell tapping the brake there. I don't know if he was just maybe letting him know that he was, I don't know, I thought he was going to maybe move over. Surely not, but he's just letting him know that he's probably just keeping an eye on him. Oh, a little bit sideways there for Phil Cell, but makes me wonder how frustrated Rogers is. Is he frustrated knowing that he's got pace on his side, but he's just tucked up behind Phil Cell?
Yeah, certainly. Well, at this rate, it looks like Madison Down is in the best position out of anyone at the moment. 1.4 seconds is your live gap at the moment.
And last lap round, a 205.812 for Down, a 205.816 for Phil Cell. So nothing in it.
Yeah, nothing at all. Got to remember, both of these guys are driving without any sort of draft to help them on the straights. Rogers does have a draft, but it seems like he's purposefully not taking advantage of it and just sitting behind Phil Cell, letting his car just coast a little in the braking zones. Every little bit of fuel saved is going to be important.
Every time we come past pit entry, I think, who's going to blink first?
Yeah, exactly.
I think if I was Down at the moment, I wouldn't blink first because he's got a little bit of margin there. So that little bit of margin may be just enough to get one lap under his belt. And if Phil Cell dives in the pits, then it should break about even if both pit stops go well. So, but I think the one that can gain out of the big time is Rogers. If he's brave enough to get in there before these guys, I think the pace that he's got in that Falcon mixed with fresh tyres, I think that could be trouble for those two.
Certainly could. I'm currently monitoring the pit entry to see if there are any drivers wanting to jump in, but I don't know. It's looking like the majority of drivers are going for the long first stint, and I mean, if you can spend more time behind cars saving fuel, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's probably not going to happen, but never say never. But don't forget, there is the very slim chance that safety cars get called in these races too. So, I mean, it's very highly unlikely, especially now that we're this deep into the race and the cars are spread right out. But you just never know.
Yeah. Still 1.4 seconds, the live gap at the moment between Down and Phil Cell. Madison currently doing everything he needs to do to secure this title. Currently also a battle pack here with Jason Bentz and Jake Maloney at the head. Positions 19 and 20 at the head of that train. I noticed earlier Maloney got a bit crossed up on the exit of the last turn and Bentz just came through on the left-hand side. Who have they got behind them? Jordan Ross, Heath Brennan, Jason Hyde, John Latham.
It's not a bad little freight train there for these guys, is it?
Yeah, and Brennan covers the inside as Latham almost goes through on Hyde. Goodness me. Oh, we've got a car sliding there in the back. I think that's Niche. Meanwhile, this has allowed Bentz to break away a little from the pack. Maloney just having issues. Looks like Forzan El Nabi has dropped out of the race. Oh, man, what a shame.
Oh, and that's a scary bit too. That can happen to any of these drivers, regardless whether you're in championship contention, whether you're leading the race or finishing last. It doesn't matter. Anything can happen with these guys, and that's the biggest fear, I think, with our sport is having an internet dropout. So that's bad luck there for Forzan.
Yeah, certainly is, especially after qualifying in the top 10. How would you be? But he can come back from this and come back next year. I'm sure Forzan can rest assured knowing that he's really improved as a driver over the course of the year. And yeah, he'll be back fighting.
Yeah, no doubt. It's the equivalent to our 20-cent part breaking, isn't it, in our sport, I guess. You have an internet dropout and it's night over. I guess that's the last thing you want to think about when these guys are battling out to try to win a championship. But it's just one of those things. And there was a stage through an era where it was almost, a given that Madison Down was going to fall out almost every race. He had that many internet dramas. So
yeah.
Fingers crossed I haven't done the old commentator's curse because I'll get kicked out of TTR quite quickly if that's the case. But
certainly.
but that's part of our sport, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. It's just one of those things, like, you know, it just happens, and you just have to deal with the consequences of it, and try and make sure that it doesn't happen again. Unfortunately, it can happen as Ellis goes for the major dive on Brenton Hobson, and Hobson just comes right back at him. And they're going to go side by side down the straight. Brad Ryan almost squeezed into the pit wall by Ellis. Goodness me, this battle in the latter reaches of the top 10. Kane Kugamiya going by Brad Ryan here.
Oh, no, Brad's coming back up the inside.
Oh, they're going to go side by side through turn one.
A little bit of contact.
Wow. Okay, really good racing here.
Oh, is Kane going to shut the door? Here goes Kane Kugamiya. Just a little bit of contact there from Brad Ryan. Hard racing between those.
Yeah, and Brad Ryan promptly disappears off track for a few seconds, seeing major internet dramas from Brad Ryan, and I saw that contact with Kane. It didn't look like the cars actually touched, but Lee Ellis is going to try and go through on Brenton Hobson once again in this heavy braking zone. Oh, Hobson tries to hold it around the outside. Fortunately, he has that curb to protect him. Currently focused on Brenton Hobson, currently in a sandwich between Lee Ellis and Brad Ryan.
Oh, he's gone off.
Oh, there we go. That's going to let Ryan through.
Yeah, just ran a little bit wide up into the gravel trap. And Brad Ryan says, thank you very much. There's a couple of drivers now that the internet's playing a bit with, so hope we haven't put the Mozza on. Looks like I said Brad Ryan's was messing about a little bit. Looks like his ping's starting to stabilise.
Meanwhile, we're looking at Kane Kugamiya and Michael Schreier going at it at the moment. Of course, Kane getting knocked off. Oh, did I see a car pulling into the pits? Rogers is in the pits. All right, Rogers in the pits, Kugamiya in the pits. Stenberg as well.
Yep.
So here we go. Bentz is now in the pits as well as Jared. Up front, closes the gap to 1.2 seconds. Looks like Brian Borg there in the background heading towards the pit lane as well. So now the pit lane has become a flurry of activity. Oh, Michael Ford. Michael Ford off at turn one. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Michael Ford way out in the gravel trap. Manages to just keep it out of the wall. I'm going to check back on that. See what happened there. Looks like he was following Michael Taliancic. And seems that either Taliancic braked early or Ford just missed his braking point and had to take avoiding action.
Wow. Just have a look, Josh Rogers has come out. Well, that's all happening. Josh Rogers has come out in 29th place, I think.
Yep. So now it's up to Madison and Jared to respond to that. Currently in P26 is Josh Rogers.
So how long till down and field self? That'll be the one now.
Jared closing in on Madison up the front here. They avoid the pit lane. Gap's back up to 1 second, so Jared's found a bit of a second wind here in the absence of Rogers.
He's 2/10 quicker than down last lap, round two. Remember I said all he needed to do was just eyes forward. He didn't need to focus on the mirror, and now that's what he's done. He's got a clear rear view mirror, and now it's just eyes forward. And look at him starting to close that margin in on down.
Yeah, check that out. Well, we did say in order for either of these drivers to win the championship, they would have to finish ahead of the other. So the race is still very much on. As we see more drivers in the pit lane, Hamstead, Ethan Griggolt, Jake Burton, Cialak, Shreya Sturgios, Luke Harvey as well, Heath Brennan in the pits as well. Kurt Stenberg remains in the pits. I think he may have been involved in a very heavy accident there. Michael Ford now into the pits as well. So I'm taking a look at the points allocation for the Drivers' Championship. 300 points for a win, 286 for a second place.
So if that's the case, I think it's 3 points between Down and Phil Sell. So if Phil Sell wins, Down needs to finish third. Is that right?
Yeah. I'm not quite sure. If they finish as they are, then Down is definitely going to win.
Yeah.
Now we're just watching as they come through the final turn. Is Madison Down going to fire it towards the pit lane? No, he is not. I think Jared might be waiting for Madison to blink.
It fluctuates every lap. One was quicker that time by a couple of tenths, but the previous lap was Phil Sell. So these boys are just going backwards and forwards with the lap times, and it's like you said, it's who's going to blink first out of these two. And I think if Down does pit before Phil Sell, you'd probably imagine that maybe Phil Sell would follow him in.
Yeah, certainly. Who's in third at the moment? It's still Sean Kelly has jumped into the pits from third place. So we'll wait and see how that works out. Brad Ryan follows him in. So does Hobson, Preston, Moore as well. They're all in the pits. So our two leaders are among the last to remain out on track. I'm just doing a bit of calculation here. Okay, so if Jared wins and Madison finishes second, Jared will still be second in the championship. So, yeah, Jared has to win and not let Madison Down finish any higher than third in order for him to take the title, it seems.
Yeah. So that means that the pace of Rogers, that's what they have to be concerned about, Rogers, because Rogers can be a real thorn in their sides.
Yes, indeed.
Just checking back on him. He's got himself in a little bit of traffic at the moment too, Rogers. He's got Craig Jones in front of him.
Well, basically, for any chance of Rogers or Hamstead to win the championship, they will have to finish either on the podium or win, while both Down and Phil Sell will probably have to finish outside the top 5 as they fire it towards the pits.
Yeah, Down and Phil Sell. Exactly what we thought. He just copy him and follow him straight in as well. So no speeding penalty for these guys. They want to roll it up as quick as they can.
Yeah, they certainly do. Now, the question is, are they both going to go for the same kind of middle stint? Are they going to go for the long or the short? That's all that hinges on how long their pit stop time is.
So lap 15, here we are. No one overshoots their stop. That's good. Now it's who's going to break out first. Who's going to go for the shorter stop, or are they both going to go exactly the same?
Yeah, well, the pit lane waits silent as they fill up their cars and change their tyres.
Oh, it looks like they're both going to just fill it right up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
and that's Rogers. Rogers has gone right through, and he's fully in the lead of this race.
Yeah, he's got a massive margin.
Yeah, look at that. That was a good call by Rogers to do that. So Down and Philsell incredibly close together, and now as they re-enter the track.
Made up margin though. I'll give Philsell that.
Yeah, certainly. I think that fuel that he saved while in Madison Downs slipstream at the start of the race probably helped him out there, allowed him to gain an extra few tenths of a second in pit lane, which works out to being right back on him on the track.
Don't forget, these guys are on cold tyres too. They've only just come out of pit lane, so brave stuff to be able to crack under brakes here on cold tyres. So
yeah.
I need about a lap or so just to get the good temperature up in them. I don't need to worry about Rogers up in front. It's just a battle between Philsell and Down. That's all they need to worry about.
Yep, certainly. If Rogers does end up winning this race, as long as Madison and Jared are on the podium, Rogers has no chance of winning that title. The track is 28 degrees Celsius in this race session. So, yeah, as you said, Sandman, the tyres need about a lap and a half to come up to temperature. Who is behind Jared at the moment? That is...
Oh, the Hammer.
Ooh, the Hammer, Richard Hampstead.
He's got pace too. Holy dooly. Is he going to think about a move here on Philsell?
Yeah, goodness me.
Oh.
Yeah, and Hampstead's already pitted, so... Wow, this has brought them right back up. Burton in there as well. Oh, almost tags Hampstead in the back, but just manages to pull it up. I'm really excited to see how this battle turns out.
Yeah, this is not what Philsell wants to see. He doesn't want to see someone all at the back of him. He doesn't need a Hammer there with the pace that he's got. Oh, depending on what sort of run he can get, the draft is massive. We spoke about that throughout the race. Jake Burton, he's right there as well.
There we go. That's their first full lap there. And Rogers has about a 6.8 second lead over Madison Down at the moment in this race. And Jared Philsell is currently bunching up Hammer and Burton behind him.
Oh, I'm loving how this is playing out. Don't forget, we've still got another pit stop for these guys to make too. So nothing in it between Down, Philsell, Hampstead and Burton.
Yeah, certainly. Jake has a little bit of a look at Hampstead there just before they get to the braking zone. Just sussing it out, Hampstead. Bit of oversteer there on the exit. These guys are real close.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Looks to me in these slower corners, Jared just seems to gain a bit on Madison on the approach, but losing out a little on the exit.
As we saw as that stint went on too towards the end there before they pitted, that Philsell started to come on strong towards the end of the stint. So depending on how these guys pressure their tyres, there won't be a lot in it, but there will be a little bit of difference as far as, you know, where one's car is better, whether it's better in the start of the run or towards the end. So we did see that Philsell did have a little bit of pace towards the end. It was sort of backwards and forwards between the two, but they've got themselves in a nice little tussle here.
They certainly have, and we're only on lap 16 out of 39. They still have one pit stop to go in this race, so it's far from over. So we're hearing from the broadcast chat, Rogers' pit stop was 8 seconds faster than Madison and Jared's. Thank you, Brenton O'Brien, for that little bit of information. So Rogers has short-filled on this stint, and he'll be going for those two long ones at the finish.
Yeah, that's a smart move because he's got clear track now. So it's just, you know, he's got the lighter fuel load. And I reckon if he can just make a bit of margin on these guys, it could turn out very, very interesting come the next pit stop.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Let's take a look back in the field, see what kind of battles are going on. Lee Ellis versus PJ Sturgios, I'm seeing, for positions 9 and 10. Looking like a very spicy battle here.
Well, that's all happened. Sorry, just Jake Burton's got Hampstead, so you can keep watching that other battle.
Yes, indeed. Meanwhile, Corey Preston and Luke Harvey are together as well. I'm seeing some close battling for 21st and 22nd between Heath Brennan and Jason Hyde as they come down one of the back straights of this circuit. Brennan just protecting the inside from Hyde.
I do love this racetrack, how there's just a little bit of runoff, into the corners on the outside where it's tarred, where you can sort of make that manoeuvre around the outside. The guys can give each other a bit of room and go side by side into these corners and try the over and under. I really like how you can take that wide berth on this racetrack in some corners, not get caught out by grass.
Yeah, certainly. Definitely helps the quality of the racing here. As, Heath goes just a little deep there into Carousel, but through the use of alternative lines, he's managed to hold it over Hyde. Now going through the kink, Hyde's got a bit of a run.
If he can get on the throttle here. Maybe close enough for a dive up the inside here.
Heath is going to protect the inside. He's a smart racer. Just goes a little bit crossed up on the exit. And Hyde's right on the back of him.
Mid-corner pace that Hyde's got is great.
Yeah, certainly. He's also managing to get that nice initial punch off the apex.
Here we go. He'll put him here. Look at this.
Yeah.
He set him up all the way just at the entrance of that corner. I could see exactly what he was going to do, and he'd set him up long before they got the nose into halfway through that corner. So well done, Jason. Now they're going to go side by side into the first turn. Great setup manoeuvre. Who's going to blink first? They give each other room under the braking. Well done, Jason Hyde. Nice job.
Very good stuff. Hyde moves up into position 20, I believe. Good stuff there. And nice clean racing from both of those guys.
And now Brennan's He's got some pace here. He's going to use the draft. Now, which way will he go? Will he go to the inside? He gives him some racing room. So now they're side by side again. Heath Brennan got the pace up the inside. Nice and clean for these guys.
Brennan locks up.
Now will Jason look to the inside? These guys mixing it up. He thinks
yields.
better of it.
Yeah, certainly. That you could only once in a blue moon can you make a pass work into that corner. But Hyde really desperate to get past Brennan here, it seems. You can see where his car's strong. Brennan is going to guard the inside again. Leave Hyde just under enough room there on the entry. Hold him back. Brennan doesn't go quite as deep into Carousel this time. Learned from that past mistake. But look at Hyde's exit.
Love it.
Hyde's body's got him.
Who's brave on the throttle here? Who can get on the throttle here?
Let's see what the Performance Motorsports driver can do here as Brennan doesn't guard the inside this time.
But he runs wide. Yeah, no, he's been able to cover it. And now he'll be thinking he knows how Hyde got him last lap round. So Brennan will be onto that. He's not close enough anyway, but great little battle. This is exactly what Scops is all about, regardless of where you're running. These guys are running for 21st and 22nd, and they're putting on a hell of a show.
Yeah, fantastic stuff to see. Jason Hyde tucks back in behind Heath Brennan, and that is the battle over for now, at least. We'll see what happens more towards the end, but further up the front, Josh Rogers has over 7 seconds over Madison Down right now, who himself has about half a second's gap over Jared Filsell.
So the only change while we started to look at that, we spoke that Burton got the move done on Hampstead, so he's still holding on to 4th position at the moment.
Yeah, looking very spaced out the front. So, extremely spaced out, by the way, between Hammer, Ethan Grigault, and Sean Kelly. Sean started 3rd and is now down in 7th place. And it looks like Ethan's got a pretty healthy 2-second gap over him for 6th place on the track currently. Meanwhile, Ellis and Sturgios are still locked together quite close for P9 and 10.
And one thing PJ will be joining is just that little bit of draft that he'll be getting from Ellis now, so that will excite him no end.
It certainly will. Looking even further back in the field, meanwhile, I'm noticing a very interesting battle here for positions 26th and 27th, along with P25 as well. Michael Taliancic. Currently broken away a little from Brian Borg and Adam Hyland. Looks like Borg is just running a little bit more conservative lines, not using as much of the curbs as Highland is at the moment.
It's one of those things too, it's whether you get your car set up to jump across curbs. I know personally I struggled through the week just trying to get the car to set up, especially through this corner here. You try to grab as much curb as you can, and whether you get the car balanced or not, sometimes it can really throw you for six. I remember catching it on the wrong angle in qualifying, and it spat the car real sideways. So
yeah,
these guys will be chasing these setups throughout the week just to get them to ride the curbs, because the more friendly you get these cars up over the curbs, that bit of pace really comes up and follows through.
Oh, a little bit of a... Oh, as we focus on Hobson, just then I saw a bit of an oversteer moment from Borg, but he's managed to keep it ahead of Highland. But we are focused on Brenton Hobson at the moment, who is running in P14. Corey Preston looming in his mirrors. Oh, and I'm noticing David Moore and Luke Harvey are also battling quite hard. Sorry, Mr. Director, but looks like we've got a move on here. David Moore just got in that slipstream of Harvey and almost put a move on him, but thought better of it before turn one. It's very hard to pass there.
Yeah, you're going to have a fair bit of give and take. A little bit of a moment there. He just ran a little bit sideways. I don't know if you caught the grass there for Harvey, but that's really given Moore a chance. The pace he's carrying now, of course, he's got the advantage of a bit of that draft too. So you can see he looks towards the inside. He'll get the job done here.
Moore just blasts by Luke Harvey, but Harvey's going to try and come back at him under the braking zone. It's ERA versus Synergy. Oh, Harvey using all of that runoff.
Oh, it's not over yet.
Moore just smashes it up the inside and, manages to hold it.
I guess it is over. There you go.
Fantastic stuff there as we see Luke Harvey just losing out in the mid-corner, but gonna check back on the battle between Brennan and Hyde. That's still going on for 21st and 22nd. Hyde still slotting back in behind Heath. Oh no. Oh no. We've missed something, guys. Jared's spun.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh, that's a real shame. While we were focusing on all of that, I've just jumped onto Jared Philsell's car, and his car's looking very sorry. He's got big damage.
And I don't know if it's my screen playing up. It looks like Down may have a bit of damage to that left rear as well.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. How long ago did that happen? I'm just going to rewind and take a look. Oh, you know what happened? I've just rewound and I've seen what happened. I don't know if we'll be able to get a replay of it, but Jared went for the move on Madison and they made heavy contact, and yeah, down came back on track with Phil Sell on his left, and Jared was just fired right into the wall. So who knows? That might be championship over.
Wow.
Oh man, we are really sorry we missed that, guys. We managed to get a replay of that, but yeah, we're really sorry we missed that live, guys. Unfortunately, we cannot catch everything, and that was one moment that that we just missed. Looks like that might be championship over, Sandman.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that just something like that, it's so easy to happen, but oh man, it's heart and mouth stuff, but you know, it's not over yet, but it's definitely going to make that that mountain a little bit tougher for him to climb.
Yeah, certainly. No, I'm not quite sure how to call that, Sandman. Hearing some opinions that it might be Madison's fault for coming back on track after putting a wheel off, and Phil Sell having claimed his place on track.
Yeah, I'm having a couple of PC issues. I can't rewind the vision and look at it, unfortunately, but yeah, it's heartbreaking that yeah, the championship may get decided by that.
Well, either way, it looks like Madison might have realised what happened and just calmed down a little bit, because Jake Burton's just gone through on him to claim second place. Madison down with some damage on the left side of that car.
I guess at the end of the day, regardless of, you know, he doesn't have to win the race. He only needs to finish in front of Phil Sell. So, you know, no doubt there's something that's happened between these guys, and the stewards will look at it. But oh, geez, you'd hate for the championship to be decided by the stewards. But look, if it has to be, then so be it.
Yeah, certainly. But still, you know, it's a shame, because we were looking forward to this climactic on-track battle for the championship. But yeah, unfortunately, hasn't turned that way. Oh no, we've just heard that Down's been given a drive-through for that.
A championship changer right there. We said that the stewards would have to look at it, and they've made their decision. So it's a drive-through penalty for Madison Down, turning this championship right on its head.
There we go. So word from the stewards that Madison Down has been given a drive-through for that contact with Jared Phil Sell. So the question is, how is this going to work out in terms of the championship for Rogers and Hampstead? We've almost completely forgotten about them. They could really stand to benefit from this.
Oh, mate, depending on how far back Down falls, I mean, yeah, Rogers and Hampstead are looking at maybe a second or a third. You just don't know.
Oh, man. So Madison will have to go into pit lane and go through. Phil Sell, meanwhile, with damage, is running in P5. So, yeah, this is. I'm not quite sure how to react to this. This has been a really odd turn of events.
Yeah, it's hard. Like I said, I haven't been able to see the vision, but look, at the end of the day, the stewards have made their decision, and you know, regardless whether it's right or wrong, Madison Down has to take the penalty, and he'll take the tour through the pit lane. Sorry, and yeah, that's a massive game changer.
Yeah, and we're seeing quite a bit of negative reaction in the broadcast chat to that decision. So you can tell this was a really interesting call to make, and yeah, man, whichever way you look at it, I don't think any of us were expecting the championship to be decided in this way.
No, exactly. Yeah. No, look, I'm staying out of it. You know, I'm a TTR member, but like I said, I haven't seen a replay, and look, you know, at the end of the day, you just got to go by what the officials say. You know, it's a shame. You know, these guys have raced so hard and clean throughout the season. It's a shame that the championship is going to come down to a decision like this. But the stewards have made the call, and that's why we race, and we're fortunate enough to have live stewards in our championship, and we have to go by what they say. So it'll be interesting just to see how much longer. I think Down will have to serve that penalty fairly quickly.
Certainly, yeah. Having looked at it myself on replay, my opinion is like right at the start, just looking at it from the outside, I would have called that a racing incident personally, but I'm not in the steward's box, so yeah, I can't talk. So, well, now once Madison takes that drive-through penalty, I'll get my calculator back out and see what the points will look like. Down still hasn't gone into the pit lane. Hampstead, meanwhile, does. So that's going to be a routine stop for Richard Hampstead.
Bit of a shame. It's sort of taken a bit of the air out of the championship bubble, so to speak. But look, it is what it is, and at the end of the day, we're just going to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, certainly. There is still a chance that anything can happen, though, because Jared did make heavy contact with the wall, and he is driving a damaged car. His lap times have been in the 206s for the last few laps, the mid 206s. So, yeah, I really don't know where he may finish.
So now with all this playing out, Josh Rogers at the moment has got himself nearly a 9-second margin over second place Jake Burton. So Josh Rogers is quite possibly looking the goods now to take the win.
Yeah, certainly. I'm just having trouble coming up with things to say, Sam, man. I mean, Josh Rogers is in the box seat here at the moment, depending on where Phil Sell and Down can finish.
Yeah, so the way it plays out, our four contenders, mathematically contenders, Rogers is first, Down is currently third but has to serve a drive-through penalty, Phil Sell fourth, and Hampstead in sixth. And we see Rogers is now in pit lane.
Yep. What's Madison going to do? Yep, Madison goes across into the pit lane as Burton he passes a smoking car. That's Kurt Stenberg with a really badly damaged machine there. So
Phil Sell staying out. So what's this for Down? Is this his drive-through or is this his pit stop?
It'd have to be the drive-through, because isn't the limit like 3 laps?
Yeah, I know 3 laps in the official server, so I assume it'd be the same rules that would apply for the SCOPS. And that looks, that's definitely the case. So he's got his drive-through.
So there we go. So where does that put Jared back into second position on track? But of course, drivers have yet to pit. Jared's gone to first, sorry. Timing screen's messing up for me.
Yeah, it's just because Rogers is in the lane at the moment. So now Rogers will rejoin.
Currently focused on Rogers rejoining the track. I don't know if it's possible, but I'm seeing some people in the broadcast chat requesting another replay of the Down versus Phil Sell incident. So I'm not too sure if technical limitations prevent us from going back that far, but if we could take another look at that, I'm sure it would help shed some more light on this. Yeah. Sorry guys, unfortunately we can't show another replay of that incident.
If anyone is watching via our YouTube channel, you can just slide the time code back a little bit on YouTube, and then catch up with the live broadcast a little bit later. So you can rewind it a little bit on YouTube. So maybe that's a way of looking at the replay.
Yes, indeed.
We're all a little bit deflated, aren't we? It's a shame, but we're such a cracking race between these two, and look, the rules are the rules, and it's a shame the way it's all panned out. But nevertheless, Phil Sell's now in the lane.
Yep, and now we shall wait and see where everybody comes out, because with my access to my timing screens, I can't perform the calculations until the pit stops have cycled through. So actual update on running championship positions is going to have to wait a bit, but looks like it'll only take a few position changes downwards for Down and Phil Sell for Rogers to be your champion.
Well, Rogers is coming across the start-finish line now. Phil Sell's still in the pits. There goes Rogers.
Yep. Across the line.
Now, Down is now on track as your race leader because he hasn't made his pit stop to fuel the car to the end. So he's still got a pit stop to make. That essentially puts Josh Rogers in the lead of this race.
Yeah, it certainly does. Looks like Rogers is on course to win here at Road America in the final round of the 2016 Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series season.
Tell you what, if there had have only been a lap or two to save for fuel, that could have been interesting where Down wouldn't have had to make a pit stop, but
yeah,
that's not the case. I think they had to make about 7 laps or so, so there's no way you could save that much. So we just have to wait and see how it all plays out. Madison Down is still going to have to come down pit lane and fill up the car, so no doubt he'll be crunching the numbers and he'll know how much fuel he needs to get to the end, and he'll only need to put in that much just to try and make the end and see, well, pretty much just stop the bleeding as such.
Yes, indeedy. So, at the moment, it's just a waiting game, really. There aren't any major battles going on track at the moment, or are there? I'm seeing Michael Schreier and Kane Kugamiya having a bit of a battle here for positions 17th and 18th. In fact, I think Kugamiya might have just gotten by Schreier. Now as they come through Carousel, down through the kink for what for them will be the 27th time. I'm not really sure what else I can say.
Yeah. It's look, it's one of those things. We have to stick by the steward's decision. I know we're all sort of feeling it. We're just gutted from a broadcast point of view. We had a great battle on our hands. You know, the guys were. Well, they were line astern, and we just had to see how it was going to unfold. And unfortunately, just when we were trying to check out battles throughout the rest of the field and not sort of forget about everyone else in the race tonight, we look away, and unfortunately, the incident. We're going to be talking about the incident for a long time to come. No doubt this will be something that everyone will dwell on and think about. But look, at the end of the day, the decisions have made their choice, and that's the way it is.
That's the way of it. Would have liked for a better way to end the season, though, Sandman. That's, I mean, it's still up for grabs. It's still up for grabs, but honestly, this is, like I said before, it's just a waiting game. We don't actually know, where everyone's going to finish just yet. It's just a sense of anticipation.
That's right. I mean, and look, we've seen some drivers drop out of this race with internet issues, and that doesn't mean that it can't happen for anyone throughout the field. I'm not going to put the Mozza on anyone, but so look, the old adage, it's not over till it's over, and here we go. We've got Madison Down coming down pit lane now, so he'll put on just his minimum required fuel to get home, and we'll see how it all plays out.
Meanwhile, we've got a hell of a battle here for P17. If we can just focus on that, David Moore versus Corey Preston going side by side, and that's Luke Harvey there in the background wanting a piece of this action as well. Ooh. Careful now. Preston's going to have the inside line here into Carousel. almost gets squeezed off by David Moore, but enough room has been given.
Yeah, that was so close. Well done there. Unbelievably close through that through the carousel.
Fantastic stuff there, and now Harvey is under pressure from Andrew Gilliam, who has lost his rear wing.
Madison Down still in the pits, and that means Rogers is leading this race, and Phil Sell is our current championship leader.
There we go. That's that then, I suppose. And Phil Sell has already taken his final pit stop, hasn't he?
Yep, everyone's made their pit stops now, so it's just we'll let the leaderboard sort itself out next lap round, and yeah, we'll just see how it all unfolds.
That's the way of it.
I guess if anything, I'm just having a look. It looks like Sean Kelly is the next car in front of Madison Down, so I don't know, maybe a bit of team orders there. They could do a bit of a swap-a-rooney there for 7th and 8th. Sorry, looks like Mitchell Selak will actually be in there between those two, so I apologise for that.
Oh, Harvey going for a move on Moore in the heavy braking zone. So that's promoted Harvey to P17. Preston's broken free of them a bit.
Oh, is he going to look? Oh, I thought he was going to have a look up the inside there.
Some very close battling down here in the field between these guys. Meanwhile, Preston's just driving away at the moment, chasing down Bruce Kiley.
So the running order has just reset itself. So Madison Down is in P8. So Josh Rogers is your leader. Jake Burton in second. Richard Hampstead third. Jared Filsell is in 4th place. Ethan Grigalt 5th. Sean Kelly in 6th. Mitchell Selak in 7th. Down in 8th. PJ Sturridge is in 9th. And Lee Ellis in 10th.
All right. Let's get onto the calculator and see what the effective championship is now. So, Josh Rogers, if he wins this race, will be on 3,329 points. Phil Sell finishing 4th. It's going to be 3,093 points plus 264. That gives him 3,357.
Oh. So really, Phil Sell doesn't want to drop any more spots.
Nah. Actually, he wants to gain a spot. He has to finish third, otherwise Rogers is the champion.
Oh, really? Oh no.
No, wait, no, sorry. I messed that up. I'm really sorry. I had Jared Filsell and Rogers accidentally swapped. Yeah, Phil Sell will still be champion if the race finishes the way it is now. Sorry, guys, I messed up.
I was more thinking. I think Phil Sell, he can't afford to lose any more spots.
He can't afford to lose any more spots. So if Phil Sell can just manage to hold on for this, he'll be all right.
So he's got 3-second margin over Ethan Grigalt. Wow, who would have thought it, eh? I mean,
Yeah.
we had the guys down in fuel cell, first and second at the start of this race. Then it got real interesting there, where Rogers made his way through the field and started to harass these guys, and then played with pit strategy. And of course, that short stop got him out in front of these guys, and it was all going to be interesting the way it was all going to play out. And unfortunately, the coming together between fuel cell and down has decided this championship for 2016.
Certainly has.
Makes me think, because of course Madison Down missed the big one, the Bathurst 1000. So it's you can play the what if game all year long, but who knows if he'd even just started that race and got some points, how different would have the championship been. But look, at the end of the day, like I said, there's no point looking back and wondering what if. We knew what the deal was coming into tonight, and he had a 20-point margin, and unfortunately it's backflipped on him.
Yeah, certainly has. Okay, so for Phil Sell to lose the championship, he would have to finish outside the top 9 if Rogers wins.
Oh, okay. Oh, there you go.
So yeah, that's basically championship secured for Jared Filsell, it seems.
Yep, all he needs to do now is just hit his marks, basically. He doesn't have to worry about who's in front of him, who's behind him. He just needs to hit his marks and concentrate and just think about how many laps to go in the end of the race, and yeah, that'll be job done.
Yeah, certainly will.
You're deflated, buddy. I can hear you. I can hear it, and I am too. I know we all are. I know everyone watching at home, regardless of whether you barrack for one driver or the other. At the end of the day, I don't think anyone wanted to see the championship decided the way it was. But look, if the stewards have decided that that's the way it is, then that's the way it is. So
yeah, certainly.
we just have to grin and bear it. And look, at the end of the day, they've both done a great job. Phil Sell's done a brilliant job. He's won so many races this season, and a deserving champion at the end of the day. But I think we all just would have loved to have seen it decided differently, whether it went in one direction or the other.
Yeah, but what a story it would have been if Madison Down could become champion despite only winning, I think he only has one win this season.
Yeah, he's definitely been Mr. Consistency, and look, at the end of the day, he's done what he's had to do leading into tonight. Yeah, it's just the old adage. I guess that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, Down could have done a Keke Rosberg and won the championship despite only winning one race, but unfortunately, as you said, something about crumbling and baked goods.
And look, at the end of the day, let's not take anything away from ANZ and Phil Sell. He's been the man to beat. He's been very pacey all season. He's notched up a huge amount of wins this year, and dominated at Bathurst. So you hold your breath come Enduro season, because your future sort of lies in your co-driver's hands as well. So they had a great job throughout the Enduros, and look, at the end of the day, he's championship winner last season for 2015, and the way it is, it looks like he's going to back it up, back-to-back wins, and nail the 2016 championship.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you can't fault Phil Sell at all, can you? He's just gone above and beyond what we would ever have expected, and I guess provided everything stays the way it is, he's going to be a 2-time V8 Supercar Online Premier Series champion.
Tell you what this does, though. This puts a fair bit of fire in Madison Down's belly for 2017. So look out.
I'm just seeing something from the broadcast chat. Something's happened with the overlays. Apparently, The lap counter has stopped at lap 29. We apologise for that, guys. Currently, Joshua Rogers is on lap 33. Just for reference. Now we're getting the problem fixed. And Rogers is going to go across the line to start his 34th lap out of 39.
So you've been so focused on the championship. How's the form of Jake Burton? He's he's just quietly put along in P2. He's got himself a 7-second margin over Richard Hampstead, and he's just casually just turning laps and staying out of trouble. And look at him go.
Yeah, certainly Jake Burton has really turned it up this season, and really awesome to see his form in the Endurance Cup with Madison down, and now he's on his way to get a very solid podium finish. So I guess in this bit of a lull in the action, not many very close battles going on track at the moment. Josh Rogers is currently your race leader, Jake Burton in second, Richard Hampstead running in third, Phil Sell in fourth, Ethan Griggolt rounding out your top five with Sean Kelly running in sixth, Sialak in seventh, Madison Down running in eighth place, ninth is PJ Sturgios, and 10th is Kane Cougamere. Lee Ellis following behind Cougamere about 2.3 seconds in 11th. Brad Ryan currently in 12th position, with Brenton Hobson in 13th. 14th is Michael Schreier. Corey Preston is in 15th, followed by Luke Harvey, David Moore, John Latham, Jason Bentz, and Heath Brennan is rounding in top 20, and he is still in a very intense battle there with Jason Hyde. Michael Talyancic in 22nd, 23rd is Brian Borg, Adam Hyland in 24th, 25th Bruce Keeley, Jordan Ross, Andrew Gilliam, and Craig Jones are going to round out your field, with the rest of the guys currently retired being Todd Parks, Daniel Ackland, Dale Nish, Glenn Postlethwaite, Kurt Stenberg, Tyson Williams, Jake Maloney, Michael Ford, and Forzan El Nabi. So that's your running order at the moment, as we've ticked over onto lap 35 out of 39.
Tell you what, it's been a great racetrack for this series. I really, really enjoy Road America, and I think it's turned it on for some great racing. It's really a great racetrack regardless of what series running. I mean, I remember watching Nationwide cars run here, and how much fun they were to watch. And to see the V8s here and for our series, I think it's been a nice addition to our championship.
Yeah, it certainly has. Road America is, in many ways, the perfect track for these V8 supercars. You know, they're fast, they're powerful, but they've also got a little bit too much weight over those front tyres, and can result in quite a bit of understeer and mega weight transfer through the corners. So at a track like Road America, yeah, that's a recipe for either disaster or fun. Take your pick.
Yeah, well, I love it because it brings a bit of the driver into it too, because these guys will set these cars up, and like you said, if you're a little bit hard on the fronts, you'll start to lose it. But a guy that sort of can drive around that and have a bit of a battle on their hands, and get a little bit of to and throwing, and of course it does come down to the driver a little bit if it is a bit abusive on the fronts. So I like it.
Yeah, certainly. Road America is a very enjoyable track in many cars, isn't it?
Not wrong. Regardless, sorry
yeah.
mate, I was just going to say, Rogers would be fairly happy with his pace tonight. He really had to earn it because it wasn't gifted to him when these guys tripped over themselves. He battled and put a bit of strategy down and got the pit stop done. And regardless of what was going to happen, I think it was still going to be an amazing battle because he had good pace on that lighter fuel load before he had to make his next stop. So that was really good strategy from Rogers, and a well-deserved win by the looks of it.
Yeah, certainly. Rogers currently making his way through lapped cars. That's Craig Jones and Andrew Gilliam he's in the midst of. They're having a little battle of their own. Other than that, the only real close battle on track is the one between Hyde and Brendan, and even that's spacing out at the moment.
Well, the other one maybe Philsell and Hampstead. I think last time round there was maybe 2 seconds between them. But look, we know Philsell's not going to do anything silly now. He just needs to hit his marks the next couple of laps. We're on lap 36, and he knows he doesn't have to worry about passing Hampstead. So it's just pretty much going through the motions now.
Yeah, certainly. Rogers now coming up to the back of Gilliam. Meanwhile, Madison Down, we're seeing is very close on track here behind, it seems, Sean Kelly and Mitchell Cialak. Cialak off at the kink.
He was lucky to get that out. That got a big wiggle off onto the grass, and that's brought down right into this now.
Yeah, certainly has. I don't think it will be enough to get championship position over Philsell if he can get by these two, but I guess he can always hope for a better finishing position.
Man, oh man, actually, you know what? I haven't got the points in front of me, but listen, let's just say that Down can get Mitchell and then get past Kelly. That only puts, I think, 1 car between him and Philsell. Now, depending on what the points are further down the list, there was 20 points in it. It could be interesting.
It could be. I'm going to take a look at the points thing now.
Let's just say, all right, that Philsell finishes 4th and Down finishes 6th.
Okay, Philsell, 4th, 264 points. Down 6th, 250. So Philsell would... that's only
Down
14 points. Down would still win. Yes.
He needs to get him.
So yeah, he needs to get by Kelly and Cialak.
Well, if he gets past Cialak, Kelly's going to move over for him.
Yeah. Oh, man.
It comes down to this. It really comes down to this. This championship has just turned on its head.
Oh, dear. Wow. Okay. So, yeah. We're not going to be so deflated now, are we, Sandman?
No,
because
mate.
This is on.
Yeah, we didn't realise just how this could pan out because Jared hasn't been able to make up any more positions. But now that Down has really closed up on this battle, it's lap 37 of 39. He needs to get these 2 cars and he will be champion.
Oh, man. Okay. All right. I'm hyped again, Sandman. It's official. We're hyped.
I just hope we did our maths right because at the end of the day, I think all he needs to do is get past Mitchell Cialak, and you know that Kelly's going to gift it to him. You know it. That's team orders.
Yeah.
He's just going to move over and give it to him. But he still needs to get the job done. He's got 1 more car to pass.
Yeah, well, if Philsell finishes where he does, and Down finishes 6th, Philsell will only gain 14 points on Madison, and the gap is 20. He's down.
Nearly just made a little bit of contact there. This has really livened things up.
Yes. All right, yeah. The current championship gap is 20 points between Down and Philsell, and it will decrease by 14 points, but Down will remain in the lead if he can get past these 2 cars in front of him.
It's all about the draft now. What can Madison Down do? He knows he's got to get past him. It'll be lap 38 of the 39 race. It's going to come down to this. The 2016 season is still alive with a couple of laps to go.
Oh, Kelly moves to the inside.
Oh, Mitchell Cialak. But Down's going to be there. He's going to see if he can make position.
Here we go. This is it.
Oh,
Down
Kelly's
is
front wide.
Oh, 3 wide.
Oh, he doesn't
they're
need
not.
this. Now Kelly just needs to get round of it. If he can't get past Mitchell, he needs to get out of it.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, here we go. The draft. Butt draft.
Madison Down could bump draft his way to the championship.
Oh, here we go. The gap is opening
Kelly.
up there.
Oh, if he can make it 3 wide to get up the inside of Kelly, no, he doesn't want to risk it.
Nah,
he only
not going to
needs to
happen.
get past Mitchell.
Oh,
there's
contact there.
Oh, can he get past? He's got the job done. This could be the 2016 championship.
Oh, down at the inside of Kelly. Don't make contact, guys.
Kelly's going to let him through his teammates. He taps
There
the
it
brakes.
is. There it is.
He's done it. He's done it with 1.5 laps to go.
Oh, man. All right. There we go. Goodness me.
Oh.
That's it.
It's not yet. Not yet. There's still a lap and a half to go.
Yeah. I can't speak too soon. But if the positions are as they are now, Madison Down, in spite of everything that's happened, is going to be your 2016 champion.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness me. I can't believe this.
You couldn't script it. Hollywood couldn't script this. Madison Down has only got 1.25 laps to go. He just needs to hit his marks.
Yeah, but I'm seeing Jared Filsell here behind Richard Hamstead. The gap isn't that big, so if Filsell can get past Hamstead, then he can secure the championship, I think.
1 more lap to go at Road America. This lap will decide the 2016 Lenovo V8SCOPS Championship.
Yes, it indeed will. Madison Down is clear of Ciolak and Kelly. I don't think he'll be facing much pressure from them.
The team will be in Filsell's ear. Everyone at ANZ will know that he needs to get the job done on Hamstead, but there's enough of a gap. He's not close enough. That draft is not going to come into contention. You can see that Hamstead's got a bit of traffic, but that moves right out of the way, so that's good. No problems there. Kurt Stenberg moves right out of the way. Filsell knows he's got about 3/4 of a lap to go if he wants to win this championship.
Yep, if Filsell can finish third, he'll get 274 points, which is 10 over the points for fourth. So, yeah, if Filsell can get past Hamstead, he will have the advantage over Down. It's going to be 24 points gained relative to Down.
Half a lap to go. Jared Filsell knows he needs to get the job done on Hamstead.
Oh, man. We're going to have to watch two places on the track at once here, Sandman. Filsell is almost right on the back of Hamstead here.
He was 6/10 quicker, Filsell, last time round than Hamstead.
My brain's going off, Sandman. A little wide there at the exit of Carousel. I don't know if he's going to do it.
He's not close enough. That's a massive
enough.
margin to make up, to be honest.
Hamstead,
as long as Hamstead keeps it straight, as long as he keeps it straight, there's no way Filsell's going to be able to get past him.
Yeah, certainly. Well, he's only got 2 corners left. That's the first.
He's not going to be able to do it.
And this is the second. It's not going to happen. Oh, man. Well, in all of that, Josh Rogers has won your race. Jake Burton's going to finish second. It looks like it's going to be Richard Hamstead in third place. Jared Filsell finishing in fourth. He will not win the 2016 V8 Supercar Online Premier Series Championship. It's going to be Madison Down, Sandman.
Here he comes. He climbs up the mountain. Here he goes. Crosses and takes the checkered flag. He'll finish in 6th. Filsell in 4th. Down wins the 2016 V8 SCOPS Championship.
What just happened?
Can you believe it? We thought this race was done. We thought that the championship had been decided by the officials. Unfortunately, the coming together that no one wanted to see. Down didn't want to see it. The fans didn't want to see it. Filsell didn't want to see it. Filsell did everything he needed to do. Down just charged his way. He managed to get onto the battle of Kelly and Ciolak and got the job done.
Wow. So there you go. Wow, what a story, eh? The most controversial stewarding decision in this championship's history, and Madison Down still managed to come out on top in spite of that.
Reese, I love you like a brother. I just hope your maths are right, mate, because everyone's
seriously?
heart in the mouth.
Honestly, yeah, look, I have the points up in front of me. I have the official points from the rules. I did the math.
Beautiful.
Yep. That's going to be it. So barring any points penalties, Madison Down is your champion.
Can you believe what we have witnessed tonight? The guys were battling it out side by side throughout the race, and we thought it was over. We thought that drive-through penalty killed this championship. It deflated us in the commentary box. And then we saw what was happening. We knew what Madison Down had to do. Unbelievable set of circumstances that he's been able to get the position and claim the 2016 Lenovo V8 Supercar Championship.
Utterly incredible. So Madison Down has managed to do what Keke Rosberg did in 1982, and Benjamin Downs in the YouTube chat, thank you for this little anecdote. Dick Johnson did the same thing in 1981 as well. So, wow.
Unbelievable.
Utterly incredible stuff. And Madison has been waiting for this for a long time. He's had to go a championship without winning a title. He wasn't able to win the test season we did in 2014. That went to Richard Hampstead. But, yeah. So there you go.
How close was he on fuel? He didn't even get to do a salutary burnout.
Oh, man.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, Madison's out of fuel. He's escaped back to the garage.
He didn't have enough fuel to go and do some burnout.
Oh, my Lord.
Oh.
Can you believe it?
I can't stop saying it, Reese. I can't believe it.
That is absolutely brilliant. Wow. Like,
look, the emotions we're going through. Imagine what Down's going through,
Yeah.
but look, imagine what Phil Cell's going through.
Oh,
he thought
yeah.
he had this championship in the bag. He's running there. He's got positions on Down. Down was back in 9th.
Yeah, goodness me. What else can you bloody say? My voice is trying to form words, but my mouth is not cooperating. This is...
I'm gobsmacked. I'm gobsmacked with you, mate. I can't believe what has unfolded in the last... We were so deflated. We thought the championship had been decided. And look, at the end of the day, I said it throughout the broadcast. The officials made the decision. We go by what the officials say. We're fortunate enough, we're lucky enough in our series that we've got live marshals to give the best on-track racing that anyone could ask for. Sometimes the decisions go your way and sometimes you don't. Doesn't matter what seat you're in. At the end of the day, we were all a bit deflated because we thought the championship had been decided by the officials. At the end of the day, Down was able to bounce back and grab this championship. It was gone. The championship was out of his hands. We were already talking about Phil Cell as a 2-time champion, but Down snatched it and grabs his maiden V8SCOPS championship.
Yep. So I'm just doing the maths once again, just to be sure. So Jared Philcell plus 260 points for 4th. That puts him on 3,353 championship points. Okay, remember that. Down finishing in 6th. He was on 3,113 points. And then we add on the points for 6th, 250, 3,363.
Wow. He's won the championship by 10 points. Unbelievable.
Wow. Utterly incredible. What?
I'm
lost.
Win. I'm lost
he
for
only
words.
won 1 round.
That's Mr. Consistency, mate. That's all you... I'm not saying... Well, clearly, that's all he needed to do this year. But at the end of the day, he was consistent. You know, the other guys may have tripped over themselves. And look, at the end of the day, it just backflipped. I can't believe what we just witnessed in the last 5 or 10 laps.
Yeah, I'm just... it's all we can do now is just wait for the drivers to come in for interviews and hear their stories, because my goodness, must they have some stories to tell.
Mate, we are just gobsmacked. Imagine what I just said. I can't believe, I can't even begin to imagine what, the emotions that Phil Cell and Down are feeling. Just how this changed throughout that race. Ridiculous.
Yeah, we went through an entire season's worth of emotions and slumps and highs and lows in just 250 kilometers of racing in virtual laser scanned Wisconsin.
Unbelievable. That it came down to those 2 positions. Down needed those 2 positions. So lucky. He's so lucky he had a teammate there that, you know, at the end of the day, teammate, he played his role, and he only had to get past the one car there, and then those two battling it out. It brought him right into the fold, and he got the job done. That who would have thought that passing two cars would be one of the most important things you do in sim racing?
Yeah, unreal, absolutely unreal. Well, we're seeing drivers file in here to the Awaiting Interviews channel.
I got so excited. I closed my results page, mate. Sorry.
Oh, mate. All right. We should probably run through the results, actually,
That's a good idea.
just before we do it. All right. Okay. I'll take you through the entire field. Joshua Rogers was your race winner. Jake Burton finishing a fantastic second. Richard Hampstead in third. Jared Filsell finishing in fourth position. Ethan Griggolt in fifth. Madison Down finishing sixth. That was enough for him to claim the 2016 title. Mitchell Cielak in seventh place. Sean Kelly eighth. Kane Kukamiya ninth. PJ Sturgios finishing a fantastic in 10th place. Lee Ellis in 11th. Brad Ryan 12th. Brenton Hobson in 13th. David A. Moore finishes 14th. 15th was Luke Harvey, John Latham in 16th. 17th was Michael Schreier, Jason Bentz 18th. 19th, Heath Brennan. Jason Hyde in 20th. 21st was Michael Taliancic. Brian Borg finishing in 22nd. Adam Hyland finishing in 23rd. 24th, Corey Preston. Bruce Kiley finishing in 25th position, a lap down. 26th, Andrew Gilliam. Craig Jones, your last finisher in 27th position. Jordan Ross, Todd Parks, Kurt Stenberg, Daniel Ackland, Dale Nish, Glenn Postlethwaite, Tyson Williams, Jake Maloney, Michael Ford, and Forzan El Nabi were your retirees. So that's the field. Let's bring the drivers in for some interviews. We're going to bring up, first off, Madison Down. Madison, if our math is correct, you've beaten Jared Filsell by 10 points to become the 2016 champion.
What a race. I honestly can't believe what unfolded in that race. That was just unbelievable. You think you've got it all under control. We knew the points situation. Everybody knew it. It was pretty much in the bag, and then I lit the rears up and hit Jared in the door, and right there and then I knew that a drive-through penalty was probably going to be a real possibility. And when I got it, I definitely wasn't surprised, but I thought I'd thrown the championship down the drain. I thought for sure that's it. I've just handed that to Jared. Yeah, and I had a few people doing the numbers, and they told me where we needed to be, and obviously a little bit of teamwork by TTR as well to make it happen. But well, I'm sure that'll be exciting to watch back. But far out. If those numbers are correct and I did win the championship, it's been probably the longest drought since I've won a championship. 2014 season 1 and the official was the last time I won. So really, really nice to get a championship win with Ultimate Karting Sydney. They've been great sponsors of mine, and yeah, to finally get a championship's awesome. But yeah, can't believe it.
Mate, you have won this championship in the most dramatic fashion. Unfortunately, when the incident happened, we were looking down the field. We thought everything was running line astern, and then all of a sudden we found out that Filsell was a couple of spots back, and then we were like, oh goodness, and we looked at the vision and we thought, oh, we wasn't sure if it was going to be a racing incident. Then the stewards played their part, and the amount of deflation that was in the commentary box between Reese and I, we thought, and this is no favoritism between one driver or the other. It was just, we were devastated that the championship may have been decided from the stewards box. And at the end of the day, we knew the stewards, did the job. We have to respect their decision, and we're fortunate enough that we've got live stewards in our championship. It makes it one of the best championships ever. Then towards the end, we see the mathematically possibility that if you get these two cars, you're on for a championship. Could you believe the way it was unfolding?
I honestly couldn't. I thought I was going to fall a bit further down the order than what I did. And when I came out, I think in position 8, where I was most of that stint, I knew that the points difference wasn't as big because Jared was also down the order. So I was starting to, obviously I didn't have the numbers in my head while I was driving, but I had a rough idea that it was probably going to be pretty close. So I had Brock Salmon and, funnily enough, Jake Maloney from TTL doing numbers, and they were jumping forward and back, figuring out the championship. And yeah, those guys informed me of where I needed to be. So obviously, Sean was was always going to make it a bit easier for me there. But the question was Selak, and I was definitely catching him. And Sean started to lack pace quite a lot. I'm not sure if there's a fuel drama or something for Sean with tyres, I don't know. But he started lacking pace a little bit. And yeah, sure, he was probably holding him up a bit more than normal. But in the end, he actually looked like he was struggling quite a bit. And just the whole way it panned out was unbelievable. I was watching the gap coming down to Selak, and it was. I knew it was going to be close on whether I'd actually get to him or not. So, I do have to thank Sean. He did hold him up for me. But thanks to everyone in Trans Tasman Racing. Those guys, Hybrid Racing Simulations. Brett Stiles was spotting for me again tonight, which he has been doing for a long time. So good to see a sponsor not only supporting a team but also getting involved. So it's been an awesome season, and what a finale! I just can't believe it. That's so ridiculously close.
It reminds me of Massa and Hamilton when Hamilton won his championship. I can't believe the way everything's unfolded.
It's really funny actually. We were discussing today. A few of the drivers in TTR and TTL had actually had bad dreams, funnily enough, about this finishing. Guys like Burton and Rogers not wanting to get involved in the championship fight and worried about it. And Brett Stiles said as we gridded up, I've just got a funny feeling about this race that it's going to be dramatic. I don't know what it's going to be, but I have a funny feeling it's going to be dramatic. And as soon as that incident occurred, I couldn't believe it. I just thought Brett was right. It's insane. It's insane the way it panned out. The promo video said it all. Unpredictable. You never know with this series.
Yeah, certainly. Well, what a race to finish off the season, Madison. Well, obviously, we've got some time to spare before the year ends for good, just over a month. But after a 2016 filled with highs and lows, and the highest of all highs, possibly winning the championship. 2017. Have you looked forward at all, or are you just focusing on the here and now?
Looking forward, I believe the V8 possibly might be getting an update from a few little rumours around the place, so we'll have to see what happens with that. But it'll be interesting if that does happen. And the other part of the equation is, just love racing this series, so I can't wait to come back and try and defend it. It's going to be a lot tougher next year. I know there's a lot of drivers that have really stepped up this year, and I do have to say, firstly, a big sorry to Jared Filsell. It's not the way I wanted it to work. Obviously, if it stayed as it is, I was going to win the championship, so it wasn't intentional to lose it into his door, that's for sure. I actually thought quite the opposite, that I'd thrown it away. So big sorry to Jared on that for causing that incident, but also a big thank you to Jared and Josh Rogers. Those dudes I've had so many great races with this year, and they've driven so well. So big thank you to those guys. The races have been mostly clean. Unfortunately, the last one there wasn't as clean as what we would have liked. It was a little bit of an unfortunate way to end it, but most of the races have been really clean. So thanks to those guys.
Fantastic to hear, Madison. Well, congratulations on your 2016 title. You're now a 10-time champion in iRacing V8 Supercars. Enjoy it, and we'll see you next year.
Thanks, guys. Catch you later.
Well done.
Madison down there for Trans Tasman Racing. The next guy we're going to pull up, Jared Filsell. Jared, it was a drama-filled final round of the season, eh? But unfortunately, it seems you may have lost out on the title, but still, fantastic job either way.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Firstly, congratulations to Madison. Been a while between drinks for him.
How were your range of emotions throughout that race, mate? Unfortunately, when it happened, the incident between yourself and Down, we missed it live, and when we checked it, we couldn't believe what had happened. And we didn't know if it was going to be looked at the stewards or whatever. And then the stewards made their decision, and we thought it was all over. We thought you had it in the bag, and I think at one point we probably jumped the gun, and we were starting to call you a two-time champion. And the range of emotions you must have felt from that entire race towards the end. Tell us what it was like from your point of view.
Yeah, obviously Madison had a pretty average run out of that corner, and I thought the move was well and truly on, and I just got absolutely smacked in the side of the door. Like I honestly don't even know. And then I was in the fence. Say sorry to Richard because I was really lucky there. I almost bloody put him in the fence as well. So Yeah, I knew what was going on at the end there with the point situation and whatnot. I had Henry and Brooksy in my ear telling me what to do. The car was that badly damaged. I was probably 10k slower in a straight line, so Richard was even pulling away from me in the draft at the end there, so there was no chance I was even going to get close to him. So I was kind of relying on my teammate and a TTR driver to hold Madison up, but oh well.
It's probably a bit early, but have you spoken to Madison at all? Because he just mentioned in the broadcast then that he said it was his fault and he was expecting a drive-through. He had a moment, but have you had a chance to talk with him yet?
Nah, he said something, but you guys dragged me up straight away, so we'll have a chat after this is all ended, and no hard feelings though. Shit happens, really, doesn't it?
Very true.
Unbelievable. Well, mate, you were so dominant throughout the season, a mega year, and the amount of wins you chalked up, and to be so close. We said it in the broadcast. We don't think Hollywood could have scripted the way that last race played out. You guys starting off the front row, and so clean throughout the whole year, and just we thought the stewards played a massive part in this championship, and then for it to do a backflip the way it did was just unbelievable. But you're a deserving champion, mate. You showed us that last year, and definitely this year you were so quick. And mate, hold your head high because you did a bloody good job this season.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Bit of a up and down season on my part, anyway. A lot of what ifs. If I didn't lag out at right Atlanta, didn't have my pedal fail on me at Indy. I didn't have my computer blue screen on me at VIR. So a lot of technical issues on my end this year. A lot more than what you'd hope for anyway, but we'll get that sorted for next year and hopefully come back a lot quicker and better, because it's going to be one hell of a year next year. A lot of stuff coming in beyond the scenes, and look forward to next year. Should be good.
As are we. Well, commiserations, Jared, but all the same, congratulations on your second place in the 2016 Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. We'll see you next year.
Thanks, mate.
Jared Filsell there for ANZ Motorsports, your second place finisher in the championship. The next guy I think we should bring up is Joshua Rogers, race winner of the Elkhard Lake 250 at Road America. Josh, welcome to the commentary box. Congratulations on your win. I believe that secures you third in the championship.
Yeah, cheers, boys. That was a bit of a hectic race, I think, due to, probably for me more so, qualifying quite poorly. I wasn't too pleased with that, but after the first few laps, it seemed to all pan out well. And once I got up to Jared and Matt, I was just focusing on saving a bit of fuel, trying to shorten up those stops, and I guess taking my short fill in that second stint kind of paid off a little bit. Not sure where it would have put me against Matt and Jared, obviously, because they were able to come together. But other than that, look, it was an amazing race, and this season's been nothing short of incredible. We've had good runs and bad runs. Put it all on the line, put in all that we've got, and still come away with third is a real achievement.
Mate, you blitzed them tonight. Your pace was incredible. We noticed, and we said once you got past Kelly, the rate that you caught down in Filsell was incredible. And we figured, we said, if the strategy guys are working the calculator, they're going to pit you first. And we didn't know if you'd do the short stop, but we figured with that short stop, you'd come out well in front, and you did. And the pace that you had, we think you would have had them regardless of them coming together or not. So that car looked really good tonight.
Yeah, I think it really suited the colder weather. As you could probably see in quali, our cars, I don't know, I didn't think, compared to TTR's cars, they didn't handle too well. They were struggling for a lot of steer, at least on my behalf. But yeah, in the race, the cold weather just seemed to complement it a little bit, due to our suffering of high speed grip. I guess that's the cold weather kind of made up for that.
Yeah, certainly. Well, I guess it's been a real rollicking year for you in V8 SCOPS, from your problems at the start of the season to finally getting that breakthrough win at Sebring, and then going on that string of victories in the mid-season to winning, I think it was Phillip Island in the Enduro Cup. But it's been a huge year for you, and of course third in the championship, Josh. So I guess now I guess your mind is going to turn to 2017 and what might happen next year.
Yeah, definitely. I think throughout the year, the thing that's probably cost me a lot of points this year is my consistency, and I think that's improved significantly. It'll be interesting to see what we can do next year with a bit more consistency and hopefully a little bit more pace. And yeah, we'll see if we can take it to Matt and Jared again.
Fantastic stuff. Well, Josh, just before we let you go, is there anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, look, massive congratulations to I believe it was Matt here in the championship. Yeah,
Madison.
Massive congrats. Both him and Jared have driven an incredible season, and it's been a pleasure to be able to battle with those guys at the front. Obviously, everybody at TTL, just a huge thanks for taking me on. I think initially it might have been a little bit of a risk, but as the season played out, I think without their support, we wouldn't have been able to be in a position that we are now. And also, massive thanks to Hyperstimulator too, the main sponsor this year. They've been supporting us through and throughout, and they've got some cool gear. If anyone's interested, you can check them out, and hopefully we can have those boys on board next year. Also, huge thanks to you boys for putting on the broadcast every round. The series wouldn't be anywhere near as exciting and viewable as it would be without you guys, and OSR as well for putting on the series. We wouldn't be able to race without them. So yeah, cheers boys.
No worries, Josh. Well, thank you very much, and we'll see you in 2017.
Cheers boys.
Cheers, mate.
Joshua Rogers for Team TTL. Next guy we're going to bring up is Jake Burton. Mr. Burton, you have finished in second place in the Elkhard Lake 250. How does it feel?
It's a good race. Really quite happy with second, although it's the third time in 4 races I finished second. But yeah, still really happy with the result. Awesome to do it as an individual. Can say that, it wasn't just Mad carrying me in the Enduros and whatnot. Obviously, Mad and Philso had the little come together, which helped. But yeah, some very intense racing at the beginning with Richard. Sort of costs us both a bit of time, I'd say, because I personally feel I probably had the pace for Philso and Mad. I think Rogers probably had a tenth or two over everyone. But yeah, all in all, a good race. And I think I'll just take the quick opportunity to congratulate Madison for a really awesome season. I think to win a season with only 1 race win really shows the consistency, and it all came down to the wire in those last laps, and just got the job done. So massive congratulations to him.
Well done on your behalf, mate. We were so focused on the championship and the way things were panning out. At the end of the day, we see you up P2 and you got a nice little margin either way, and it's like, this bloke's doing all right.
Yeah, that's it. Obviously, I was the TTR guys have been really good to me all year, just helping me out here and there, and was in their TeamSpeak channel listening to them, and yeah, pretty much, to be honest, when I knew that Richard was too far behind and I couldn't catch Rogers, I was just watching Madison on the relative and hearing everyone go crazy, and I'm sure yourself, Sandman, would have gone pretty nuts, and we got some moments to go and look back on. But yeah, really good race, really enjoyable, and stoked to finish P2 in the end of the season.
Well, brilliant stuff, Jake, and I suppose that that doesn't harm your championship position either. Well, you spent this year's season as a Trans-Tasman Racing affiliated privateer, but yeah, for 2017, what are your plans, if any?
I don't know myself, Reese. Honestly, at this stage, I've just been wanting to get to the end of the season, finish the season as a privateer and finish it off strong. Obviously, as many know, my ambition is to have a permanent position in one of the bigger teams, but I'm not sure if that'll happen yet, so I guess we'll have to wait and see.
All right, then. Well, I guess best of luck with those ambitions, Jake, and we'll see you in 2017. In what car? We're not quite sure.
Thanks, Reese. And just to finish off, I want to thank a few people. Obviously, you guys, 15 rounds and 20 races throughout this season you guys have broadcast, along with, I know Fonty's been around on the Monday nights and stuff, and I've commentated some second split races and whatnot with you guys, and it's been a real pleasure to watch and be a part of this group going throughout the season. You've done a fantastic job as always, the whole team, and obviously a massive thanks to OSR as well for their season, putting on all these events and officiating and doing all the numbers and whatnot. OSR, as well as people like Sean Kelly, who spent hours putting points together and whatnot. The whole group that put together V8SCOPS, massive thanks to all of them, because the drivers and the spectators love it. So massive thanks to everyone who made this year happen.
And thank you very much, Jake, for the kind words. We'll see you next year.
Cheers, mate.
So that was Jake Burton. Next person we're going to bring in is the Hammer himself, Richard Hamstead. Congratulations on your third place finish.
Yeah, cheers. Pretty quiet race for me, really. Just, followed the train around, tried to, keep my nose clean, save a bit of fuel, and, let the people through who are doing the silly little dives on you, holding you both up, and, I just followed the pack through basically, and I had to dodge a ANZ car coming back across the track, so that was about the most exciting thing happened in my race. But pretty quiet race really.
How'd you go? We missed, unfortunately, when the incident. We're going to be talking about that for a long time. The incident that when that happened, we missed it live, but it was close for yourself. We were hearing on the back burner.
Yeah, very close. All I saw was Jared go on the fence, and then I think he didn't. I think probably didn't realise where I was on the track, and I think he probably didn't hold the brake or got on the throttle a bit, and it was very, very close. So I had to take a bit of evasive action there, and it was all good. Carried on, and I think third is a good result for the end of the season, especially for the team with a first and a third. So yeah.
Well, Richard, that finishing position has netted you, I believe, fourth place in the championship. So you're continuing that fine form that that has been typical of you throughout the existence of this series history. So a nice, strong 2016 for you. How does 2017 look?
Hopefully a bit better. Be good to be able to contend for the championship again. That would be my goal. I guess we'll see how we go. I think there's going to be a new build come out sometime over the summer, so it'll be interesting to see how all the drivers and the teams adapt to that.
All right, then. Well, we'll be waiting with bated breath to see how that works out for everyone. Thanks for joining us in the commentary box, Richard, and congratulations on fourth place in the drivers' standings, and we'll see you in 2017.
Cheers, guys. See you then.
Cheers, mate.
Richard Hamstead, your fourth place finisher in the championship. And a final driver interview for the night is going to be Sean Kelly. Sean, turns out you were one of the deciding factors in this title decider with your eighth place finish.
Yeah, hey guys. Yeah, first interview for the year, and yeah, sure was. It was pretty interesting. Had to get a job done, and few mistakes, and backed up Celiac into Matt a bit, and yeah, it was pretty hectic from there.
We couldn't believe it. We were so caught up. I think we were a little bit deflated, and we thought, the championship had been decided by the stewards in race control. But then it sort of dawned on us that, holy crap, if Down can get past yourself and Mitchell, then this could do a complete backflip. And the way it all unfolded, we just thought we knew that it was going to play in his favour as far as you guys being teammates. But holy crap, talk about leaving it right to the end.
Yeah, no, that's right. Because I could have backed up real early in the stint, but I caught the guys at turn one, and that dropped a few seconds, then a little bit more, and it was pretty close. And didn't want to back it up. It was sort of the plan was to drop behind Madison, and then I think we learnt that he needed to get in front of Celiac as well. So yeah, sort of don't like doing, but I think I only really went side by side with Celiac 3 times, so didn't get too bad, I think. So, but yeah, it's all part of racing, isn't it? Especially when it comes down to this level at the end of the year.
Yeah, certainly does. And at the end of this year, I guess you can look back on your season so far and hold your head high, Sean, because you've been one of those drivers that's always been there in one way or another, always showing up in the top 10, getting some incredibly good results, especially towards the end of this year. And that's on top of the tireless work you've done behind the scenes, calculating championship points and helping manage the social media side of V8SCOPS. So yeah, it's been quite a big 2016. What about 2017 from your perspective?
Well, going by the last 2 years, I think for me it'd be dropping back another 2 positions. I seem to drop about 2 positions every year. You know, just faster guys could scheme on coming along and can't do much to stop them. So, but I still think I can get back to a little bit of pace of 2014 or 2015. Yeah, just try and get a bit more time in and try and turn up with a little bit more pace and hopefully turn it into a little more race pace. So yes, race pace is hurting me a little bit, especially middle stints and that, and as the race goes on I sort of lose a bit of pace. So yeah, just got to work on that, and yeah, hopefully I can not drop any more positions next year. I think 6th place at Phillip Island was my best result apart from our 5th at Dakota. So yeah, so it's not quite what I'm used to, but that's been just enjoying to see the championship getting more competitive, and yeah, so it's nice to be a part, and it's awesome watching broadcasts and seeing you guys do your thing, and yeah, it's been quite a year.
Fantastic stuff, Sean. Well, thank you very much for your services behind the scenes, and congratulations on your very solid season, and I guess we'll see you again next year.
Sweet. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, mate.
Sean Kelly there for Trans-Tasman Racing. And to finish off, I think it's an opportune time to bring in the administrators of this series from Oceanic Sim Racing, Michael Korolev and Simon Black. Mike, it was an interesting race to decide the season, wasn't it?
Well, firstly, evening, Reece and Sandman, yeah, absolutely it was. You've got a championship on the line. You've got Madison ahead in points, you know, and the way it was going to roll out with Jared having to finish ahead, there was an outside chance that Rogers and Hampstead should something before the other two. Mathematically, they were a chance and so forth. So how it turns out, and then you think that it's going the way it's going to go, and then all of a sudden we're faced with a decision with a drive-through and with a contact, and it resulted in a drive-through, and we discussed it through and pros, cons, and so forth, and all of a sudden there's a whole there were calculators going everywhere and people throwing out batteries and putting new ones in and smashing numbers. But what to be honest, what then became very apparent is that Jared and Madison, their entire championship was going to be determined by Sean Kelly and Mitch Ciolak. And the spectacle of watching that at the end of a 15-race season, that how that was going to play out, if Mitch could get past and keep going, leaving what I understand is Jared and Madison equal on points, and Jared would take it on the wins, and Sean tactically backing Mitchell up into Madison's grasp, because on the lap times, if they were just plain racing, it was going to be difficult for Madison to get onto Mitch's tail in time. So, man, how do you script that? Nobody can accuse us of. No one can accuse us of cheating. That's for sure.
I said that when the broadcast. I said Hollywood couldn't script this, Tiger. And
how does that go? And I mean, wow, what a great what a great way to finish your championship, deserving champion and congratulations to Madison. Commiserations to Jared. He put up a great fight all year. Maybe a few less off tracks would have left him with a few more points, but he had a disconnect and pedal issues. He broke pedals or something somewhere.
Yeah, so, Indianapolis.
Yeah, so I mean that's racing, isn't it? Just DNFs for stupid reasons out of his control, and maybe a few less incident points might have got him those couple extra points that could have really put the pressure on Madison. But either way, down to the wire, down to the last laps. Dan, do you have a voice left?
I tell you what, I won't. You'll go back and watch it, but to be honest, we were a little deflated because we knew that we didn't envy you guys at all. We knew that you guys had to put down a penalty, and we were disappointed not because of, who was going to either win the championship or not. It was more that, bugger, the championship may have been decided on a penalty. And at the end of the day, I'll tell you straight up, and I said it through the broadcast, we were disappointed, but at the end of the day, we're so fortunate that we've got live stewards in our championship, because that's what makes our championship great. It puts on clean racing. These guys have been clean the entire season.
Oh, yeah.
One little whoopsie, you guys handed out a penalty, and down when we interviewed him, he said, I'm pretty sure that he had a penalty coming his way. So
yeah.
he knew it was coming. He copped it on the chin, and we were deflated. And then all of a sudden it dawned on us, like, hold on a second.
Hang on a moment, yeah.
What's going on here? Like, if he can get these 2 spots, this championship has done a complete backflip, and just unbelievable. Like you said, you couldn't script it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we were sitting there, and just for that moment, when you see it happen, you just think, no, we just want you to race this out. We don't want to have to get in between the two of yous and figure it out. And you had to, and we discussed this, and it had to come down to, it's not Jared and Madison, it's 2 cars.
That's right. It's driver A and driver B.
Driver A and driver B. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter what what it does to the championship. And you never want it to end in a bad way.
No.
But the decision was made, and we discussed pros and cons. Hang on a second. Is it Madison's fault? Is it not Madison's fault? What happened? What was the result? How did it go? And we've spoken to him in the green room there, and he sort of fully agrees. And it's. I know there'll be viewers that'll say, "Oh, that was never a penalty," and so forth. But put yourself in driver B, or say Jared's shoes, and you're racing along, and that happens to you, and you all of a sudden are launched into a fence. And everyone knows Madison didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah,
there's no dispute there. But the end result and how it came about, that's what we adjudicate on, and that's how it came out. And there was sort of 3 of us saying, yes, we think it is, and then one saying, well, hang on a second, a little bit of devil's advocate, we need to look at this. We did, and it's going on and going on. I'm saying, guys, come on, time, we got to go. But on a decision, and that's the way we sort of went. And in the end, there was also a positive spin on it that we were able to sort of look at too, is that by doing that, and that's what we do, and that's how we do it, what occurred was, if we had given a points penalty, you might have destroyed the championship straight away. And by giving a drive-through, even though it perhaps appears harsh, and we didn't do this on a deliberate basis, as it were, but as it worked out, it then gave Madison a fighting chance to fight back, and he was able to do that. And so the championship was alive, until that second last lap, and even to the last lap, So yeah, it was a hard thing, because it is in the back of your head, but we go back to what we do, and it's driver A, driver B, 2 white cars. Doesn't matter that one's orange and one's ANZ or whatever. It just doesn't come into it, and that's how it ended up. But wow,
well, at the end of the day, I want to thank you guys, because regardless, you didn't let the championship influence your decision. You guys try to be as consistent as you can throughout the year, and at the end of the day, thank you, because we're lucky enough that we've got live stewards that take the time out to sit through and watch these races and make those decisions on the fly. They're not easy. It's not the easiest job in the world. A lot of people don't want it, because at the end of the day, there's going to be exactly what you said. There's going to be some people that say you were wrong. The other people are going to say you're right. So it's not the easiest job in the world. It's probably one of the worst jobs in the world. And at the end of the day, thank you guys for doing that for our series.
No, more than welcome, mate. It's a pleasure to do, and I think there's a bigger picture here that snowballs in. Is you've got to have a live admin, and you've got to have a broadcast. You've got to have you guys commentating the way you do. Reese's videos, Brenton Hobson put those guys in the background. You've got Fonty in the background. You've got Simon doing his work. You've got guys like Lee Ellis and Jared promoting it on Facebook. You've got all those things happening. It's gelling together a whole group of talented people to bring a championship together. We're one component of it, and yes, we host it and we drive it in a direction, but we've got a core group of people around it that also help us, look. Well, this is debatable. It makes us look good, and I don't look at my Facebook page because you might debate that, but look, overall, it's coming together to be a fantastic champion. And then you've got drivers out there And I know we were criticised for sometimes our decisions might have been too harsh and so forth, in past seasons and so forth. But just look at the quality racing you've got with guys running side by side, giving room, toing and froing, and they're driving their cars on throttle and on brakes and balancing and trying to to and fro. Look at the racing we've had through this year, how exciting it's been, and what a great championship it's been. And not just Hampstead, Hampstead down, Rogers and Jared up the front there. These battles have been down through the field as well, and everybody has lifted their game in drive, and that's how sim racing should be. So we're proud to be a part of it, and we really enjoy doing what we do, even though sometimes you just tear your hair out with stuff. But mate, thank you guys. It should be in return as well.
Hello, boys.
Yeah.
Simon.
Hello, Simon.
Sorry.
We'll let you talk now, Simon, if you want.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. How are you? That was an exciting race, guys.
How good was that? We were saying you couldn't script it, mate, and exactly what we were just touching on. That it doesn't matter regardless of you running up the front or down the back. We focused on a battle today back in 20th, and it was just as good as what was going on at the front.
Yeah, for sure. There was some great racing out there tonight and lots of close battles. I think it was 4 or 5 battle groups out there towards the end of the race, so it was pretty good. Very exciting. Yep. I think I should probably start by saying a few thank yous, if that's all right. And
Go right ahead.
Firstly, thank you to all you boys in the broadcast booth: Fonty, Reese, Jay, Mad, Sandman, Jake, Sam, Brenton Hobson for help with the videos, and Reese's great videos too. I'd like to say a big thank you to the boys that have helped through the adminning through the year in the Enduros and through the regular rounds, and it's Mike, Henry, Marty, Daz, Matt, Chris, Brooksy, and Sean for all of his help as well. Lee and Jared have been awesome with their help with the Facebook page and getting the info out there, and Sean's done a lot of good work as well, helping us with the race posters and all that sort of stuff, so a big thank you to him. And a special thank you, as Mike said, to all the drivers. It wouldn't be such good close racing unless there were a lot of good drivers out there, so big thank you to all the drivers for coming out and putting on a good show for us. And finally, a big thank you to Lenovo for all their support. And again, thank you to you guys in the broadcast. It's as Mike said, the broadcast and the live admin and all of those sorts of things is what makes it so entertaining. So yeah, thank you guys, great job.
I think no doubt, regardless of where we race throughout the field, whether you take part in the championship or whether you're just sitting back and watching at home, everyone's real appreciative of what you guys at OSR do, and we love the championship, and it's great racing, from the start of the season to the end, and it's been a great show, and it's been awesome to watch.
It has, fellas. Again, from my point of view, we've got to thank Simon too. He does a tireless amount of work in the background, making sure that things run as they should. And I know sometimes he's tired and stressed, and there's the odd blackout where he lives and that sort of stuff. But he really is the spine of the operation, which we've all been able to then work off. So yeah, special thanks, Simon. You've done a brilliant job all year, mate. It's very impressive. But yeah, I've enjoyed it. I know there's been nights where it's been tired and so forth, and you just think, oh man, I've got to do this again, But wow, at the end of the season, what a great season, and to the people that have come along and watched and so forth, and all those guys that have just put in something somewhere, we haven't mentioned. Thank you so much. It's it's been a bit of a labour of love, but wow. Fantastic. What a great season. How do you top that finish? How do you top that finish, guys?
Yeah,
what are we going to do next year?
Yeah, you can't. But going back on what you said, Mike, it was this whole operation is a huge team effort, and so many people give up their time in order to bring this championship out to the wider world, and it's certainly been a really big year for V8SCOPS and V8s Online and OSR, everyone involved. And I said to Sandman before the broadcast, I said, it feels like the end of the school year, but I've actually enjoyed the majority of what I've been doing.
True. Yeah, good.
It's been fun for sure. It's bourbon sandwich time now, though.
Yeah, of course.
Now we're going to rev ourselves up for a Formula One championship to be decided.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, true.
wow, how good will that be? That's on the cards.
But yeah.
I reckon there's only one guy saying, "Oh, I know what can make it better. I know what can make it better." That'd be one Jake Kennedy, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I love that you were able to have a dig at him and he's got nothing to do with it.
He's not even here. Nothing to do with the championship, and he can still
love
twist his ribs. Jay's a top bloke, and I know he's planning stuff for next season, which will add to this, and we always welcome that. Jay's just, yeah, he's awesome. He's an awesome guy, but he's great to have fun with too.
While we're saying thank yous and talking about broadcasts, I don't know that anyone at home realises how much work Fonty's done behind the scenes to put a broadcast together for the entire year, and most of it done on the other side of the world is absolutely unbelievable. So
By remoting into his PC in New Zealand from London. That's something that is...
That's commitment.
He started the season from his outside broadcast van using pub internet, I believe, so go Fonty.
So Fonty, we can't thank you enough, Tiger, because without that dedication is just unheard of, mate. And it's probably, I guarantee it's probably a first for sim racing for that to happen. So thank you, mate. There's so much that happens behind the scenes. Reese, the amount of work you've done, you've stepped up this season. Your commentary and you taking the lead role at V8's Online behind the mic has just been incredible. And you two boys have just done an amazing job this year. And I'm glad that you guys let me be a part of it, because I've really enjoyed my time here, and you guys just go above and beyond. And from what we've seen tonight, the racing that OSR's put on with everyone that takes part in V8SCOPS, regardless of whether you're in top split, bottom split, whatever, or if you're just sitting back at home, everyone plays a part, and I think we've got something pretty special.
Yeah, and if I can, Sandman, just a quick shout out
Sandman,
about...
mate. It's certainly been a great thing to be a part of. Broadcasted from 13 different countries this year via New Zealand. So...
Fonty, NASA didn't even do that when they put a man on the moon. So that's, mate, all you need to do is bounce one off the pass and you had him
mate,
completely.
It's taken over NASA, mate. I tell you, give it a few more years, mate. We'll be there. So it's all good fun, mate. It's all good fun. I love doing it for the community and bringing the broadcast together for everyone. And I think that we've gone leaps and bounds this year, and I think the competition's really, the bar's been sort of raised, and I know that sort of a lot of some racing communities out there sort of look at us as a benchmark these days, which is quite cool. So next year we'll take it a few more steps further and grow it again, and hopefully the same people that were involved this year will continue to come back and help us next year, and we'll grow it further again.
Yeah.
Yep. I was just going to say a quick add to that, Fonty, and a quick thank you to Christian for all his work on the broadcast overlays. He's done a great job with that this year.
Agreed.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, big thanks to Christian. Without him, all of this wouldn't be possible. He's like a brother to me, and I really, really appreciate everything he's done and all the help that he's provided. And really, really good. So thank you, Christian.
Fantastic stuff. And I think on that note, it's time to end. Well, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box for a bit of a chat, Simon and Mike.
Thanks,
fantastic
guys.
to have you up here as usual.
Always.
And of course, thank you very much to Sandman for joining me in the commentary box for this absolutely fantastic final round of the season. I can't believe what happened, but this is going to go down in the record books, isn't it?
We are going to be talking about this for a long time to come. Thank you, Reese. It was an absolute pleasure. We were a little bit disheartened halfway through that race, but boy, oh boy, things picked up at the end, and we got on the edge of our seats, and still can't believe what unfolded. So bring on 2017. I can't wait.
Yeah, absolutely. And a big thank you to Fonty once again as well for bringing these images to the viewers, and of course to the viewers themselves, you guys out there. I know there's still some of you watching, but we love every single one of you, and we're grateful that every single one of you has come on board and watched us, and maybe even gotten into sim racing because of these broadcasts. We're absolutely grateful for everything that you do watching our broadcasts throughout the year. So there we go. That's it. That's it for 2017. In the Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series, I'm Rhys Gardner signing off for the final time this year, and your driver's champion was Madison Down, followed closely by Jared Filsell and Joshua Rogers in third place in the championship standings. You've been watching the Lenovo V8 Supercar Online Premier Series here on V8s Online, the best race here. We'll see you in 2017. Bye.
...2016, it all comes down to this. The finale for the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series 2016 season. After a year of fantastic racing in 14 circuits, for 19 races over 5,000 kilometres of racing, the championship hinges on the Elkhard Lake 250 at Road America. Much like 2015, our two championship contenders are the household names in Australian sim racing. ANZ Motorsport superstar Jared Filsell and Trans-Tasman racing legend Madison Down. Each of these drivers have a story to tell about their season. Down holds a 19-point margin heading into the final race. Having only won just one race in 2016, Down's consistency has once again landed him in championship contention. And as for Filsell, it's truly been a season of highs and lows. Jared has won 7 races throughout 2016, but with a couple of accidents and points penalties, he needs to finish 2 places in front of Madison Down at Road America to defend his title by just 1 point. However improbable, it's still mathematically possible for TTL drivers Josh Rogers and Richard Hampstead to have a shot at this season's title. If V8SCOPS has taught us anything since 2014, it's that it's unpredictable, thrilling, and will put on a hell of a show for this season's climax. So who's it going to be? Will Down find redemption after his slim defeat in 2015? Or will Filsell cement himself as a legend of the era and take his second consecutive V8SCOPS title? Tune in to V8's Online this Sunday, November 27, where we will crown our 2016 champion. A few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Filsell second, Hampstead third, your podium, and Sean Kelly not far off at N4. For what a result, what a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defining year in V8SCOPS, the first year-long championship in iRacing V8 Supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant. Most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Filsell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?